Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hi, everybody. Happy Tuesday, and welcome to Criminality, or welcome back to Criminality if you've been here before. So I was a couple minutes late. I was actually reading this article, and I want to share it with you guys. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to this, so I'm going to bring it over here just so I can show you guys. This outside of Karen Reed's case, so just an FYI, but I think that it's important to share it for anybody who may have any information. So I'll read through this, give everybody a chance to pop in, and then I'll say hi to everybody, and then we can get started on Karen Reed's case. So have you guys been paying attention to this? She's a 2-year-old missing Soraya, and I think I'm saying it correctly. She was supposed to be given back to her mom, and they took off with the baby. They think that she may have been taken to Mexico. So I think it's important to make sure that we share her photo. This is the dad. That they had the baby in May of 2022. So she just turned 2 years old. They split up shortly after. So I'm going to be kind of paying attention to this. Ironically, it's out of Pullman, Washington, and Moscow, Idaho, which is just kind of a crazy coincidence to a bigger case that we do know of. But they do think that he took off with her to Mexico. So they're searching for Soraya, and I'm not sure I'm even saying her name right, because I just happened to come across this article, and I was like, wait a minute, this is not good. Soraya Ung Harmon. She may be with Nadia Cole and her dad, Aaron. So local and federal investigators are working together to search for a father, the toddler he's accused of abducting, and his fiance in a search that has spanned multiple states and now into Mexico. Police in Pullman, Washington announced an arrest warrant for Aaron Ung on, I don't even know if I'm saying his name right, on charges of custodial interference after he failed to return his 2-year-old daughter, Soraya, to her mother at a custody exchange on June 3rd. Pullman police said that Ung, who lives in Moscow, Idaho, was seen buying camping equipment and a Montana map book and was initially believed to have taken his daughter to Montana. But police say their investigation revealed that he never went to Montana, instead headed towards Mexico. The two were last seen on May 29th, the same day his fiancée, Nadia Cole, was reported missing from a Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Cole, 21, was reported missing by her family, with whom she was scheduled to leave on a trip to Europe. A private investigator hired by Cole's family said that they left her belongings at the airport gate, that she left her belongings at the airport gate to go use the restroom, but was later seen leaving the airport with a distressed expression. The last sighting of Cole on camera is outside of the airport near a light rail platform. In a statement to King, Cole's parents said, "We are utterly devastated by her disappearance and are fervently praying for her safe return." Soraya's mother, Samara Harmon, issued a direct plea to Ung. What his first name is? Aaron. While speaking with KHQ, please bring her home. That's all I care about. That's all the police care about right now. Just bring her home. Please, I'm begging you with every bit of me. I know we've had issues in the past and all of that, and I'm not even focusing on that. I just want to see my daughter again. It's so fucking scary. I just need to know that she's okay. Please, please bring her home. Police said that Cole and Ung are believed to be together in a black 2014 Cadillac XTS with Idaho license plate 1L5147U. So I think it's just good to try to bring this out to any type of bigger audience, so if anybody is in any of these areas, people can keep an eye out. I don't know. I hadn't seen this. Obviously, she's been missing now for a few days. We're on the 11th of June. So I think the girlfriend, I'm thinking that, I don't know what he told her, but it seems like she just bounced. I mean, she left all of her stuff there and just took off with a distressed look on her face. Maybe scared of what he was going to do to the little girl. I don't know. She's a fucking cutie. All right, so I'm going to keep an eye on that, and we'll see. Like I said, I just wanted to share it. I was reading it. I was like, this is, I had not heard of this. If I hadn't heard of it, I didn't figure, a lot of people had. So I was like, well, you know what? Let's just get it out there. So, poor baby. I hope she's okay. Okay, so her name is Soraya or Soraya. I'm not sure which way it's actually pronounced. Said that she left the airport, it didn't say with anybody, just said with a distressed look on her face. Sweet baby, I know, I hope she's okay. All right, so if you guys happen to hear anything about that while we're live, like, just let me know. I get kind of overly attached to some of the kids' cases, so I don't know. You look at her little face and her little hands. She's 2. It's so scary. So, and I mean, not just her, but I mean, obviously, if the girlfriend, Nadia Cole, is out, with him not wanting to be, that's also scary. But it's just, ooh. All right. Let me say hi to everybody that's here. And like I said, if you guys hear anything about that, just let me know, and we can take a peek at an update if we get one. Her so tiny and cute. I know. Okay, let me say hi to you guys real quick, and then we'll get started. We only have one day to go over, but yet it seems like there's so much to talk about in the Karen Reed case. Hi, Anja. Hi, Princess Buttercup. What's up, Christy? Hi, Ramblin'. I'm glad we're doing with adults with this retrial, because the kids' stories are really getting to me. I was just with Sleuth Bomb Live. Talking about an 8-month-old. I saw her live pop up, and I was going to go over there and look at it. An 8-month-old missing from Kentucky, and the kids, they hit different. They do. Honestly, I've covered a lot of kids cases, and I don't know with when it came to Audrey Cunningham and then Madeline Soto, like back to back. I don't know. I think it did. It got me. It got me in like a place where I'm like, okay, I've got to kind of veer away from these sick fucks for a little bit. And not that not all of them are, but I'm just saying, like, the ones with the kids and what they're doing to the babies. And then both of those girls are very close to my daughter's age. One is my daughter's age. And I'm just like, I needed a break. So, I mean, as sad as this is, I mean, Officer John O'Keefe, from all accounts, seems like a really great guy. And so, I mean, it's still unfortunate, but they do. Sometimes the kids ones just hit. And I think those two back to back just really got me into like a place where I'm like, okay, I've got to stay away from the kids stuff for a little bit. But I don't know. I saw that article and I was immediately, some of them you just like, as soon as you see it, you're like, wait a minute, what is this? Why are we doing this? I haven't heard any updates on Cunningham's case either. I know that there's a whole bunch of new documents that just came out yesterday, today. My days are running together on Madeline Soto's case, and yesterday they did announce that that the state of Florida is going to be seeking the death penalty on Stephen Stearns, the mom's boyfriend. So, and I'm just like, good. And I'm not even necessarily all for the death penalty, but I'm like, you know what? Just go. Just gross. He's a fucking gross human being. I can't stand it. So that'll be if he even makes it to. That'll be if he makes it to trial. Because I mean, they probably have him secured. Piece of garbage. So now I don't even know who I said hi to. So I'm probably gonna say hi to the same people over and over again. Hi Fightbot. What's up, Teresa? I know it's so bad. Hi Hammy. I know I stick the little hands. Hi Susan. He not only destroyed his career, but those he works with. Oh, talking about douche nozzle over in Karen Reed. Yeah. Did you see the hoopla and the Young Thug trial stuff going? I heard about it. I have not seen it. I heard that Young Thug's lawyer got arrested and was held in contempt. But you know, I don't know exactly what was going on. I do know that he'd been warned a couple times, and yeah, he just did it. Oh, thank you very much. I'm kind of all over the place, so you never know. You never know what you're gonna get. It's like it's a surprise every time you come on. Does anyone know why Vinnie Politan always spells Madeline's name weird on his video titles, like Soto? No, I didn't even notice that he did that, to be honest with you. Okay, let me see. Hi, Shay Benet. You beautiful girl, I miss you. Kids' cases are tough, Sherry, I know. Let's see. Hi, Teresa. See Dub. See Dub's in the house. Hi, Mama Kay. Hi, Lorna. The what if anything? Or who, if anyone, would have done what if anything? Hi, Nancy. Christy. Okay, I think this is kind of where I was. Hey, Deb. Schmeed, I said hi to you, I think. If not, it's because I talk to you all the time. So I'm like, you know, well, not me, in hospital. Mother's in. Oh, your mom's in the hospital, hunting. I'll say a little prayer for her. I hope that she's okay. I think they're saying your mom is. Hi, Dina. Hi, Carrie. Sunshine and Roses. I'm also very curious about the convos with the sister. Yeah. No court today. Malicious intent. How's Karen? Yeah, I have been seeing it. Her and that little baby missing. Oh, you have been seeing it? Aw. Hi, Christina. Hi, Caitlin. Hey, blah. Hey, Helen. Hello, good evening, chat. Just here to say hi. It's already past midnight. Go to bed. Go to bed. We will catch up mañana. How's my toes? Nope. So far, so good today. Hi, Angela. Finally caught alive. Taco Tuesday. You know it, Odie Doty. Taco Tuesday in my house. Every Tuesday. I didn't have time to watch the trial today, so I don't even know what. Oh, no, you're good. Yeah, no trial today. Okay, now I know why you guys were talking about that. See, this is what happens when I read up instead of down. Up instead of down. Let's go down here. Like, Summer Wells' case still tears at my heart. She's the same age as my granddaughter, I'm assuming, or goddaughter. I'm not sure which one, and looks so much like her. Summer Wells is one that gets me, and so we know in 4 days it's actually going to be the 3-year anniversary of when Summer went missing. It's been 3 freaking years since Summer went missing. That's insane. It feels like it was yesterday. So her parents have done a new interview with, I think it was with Ainsley Daniels, if I remember correctly, but it might not be. 3 years, Sonny. Yeah. Hi, Sniper. The judge and the state pulled some shady shit in the YSL trial. In my opinion, Steele was on the right side of the law, and I'm pretty sure the judge is going to regret how he handled the situation. Oh, really? Okay, yeah, I haven't watched it, so I don't know the details, just what I've been hearing. Hey, Miss Mandy. Hi, Southern. Tennessee. He ain't no snitch. Because Vinny thinks he's one of the cool kids. Who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance? Down the Canton cover-up. That's where we've been, girl. That's where we've been. Hey, Francis. Hey, Bonnie. Young Thug's lawyer is the auntie you don't play with. I'll have to go watch the clips. I think that Jay from Shaming of Jay posted the clips of what happened. I haven't been keeping up with that trial, so like I said, it's just the rumblings that I've heard. You mean what if anyone? Who, if anyone, is somewhat sort of, could they have possibly, did you know that who, if anyone, what if anything happened with that person? I don't even know at this point. I don't even know at this point if I just feel bad for, it's not even that I dislike Lolly at this point. I think I just feel bad for the guy. I'm just like, I don't even know what he's doing anymore. I don't know if he knows what he's doing anymore. He's just like, I don't know, what if anything, who, if anyone, and did you, can you just look at that, like, bottom of the page, and then the guy, and then fucking Proctor doesn't even, it's like, the HTML link? It's like, no, you fucking idiot, not the HTML link. Nobody's asking you about the HTML link. So, he is really boring. He definitely is like missionary only. He's definitely a very, very boring guy. But I don't even know if I don't know if he wants to be there at all. He's just like, why am I here? Why do I have to do this? I hate my life. And he goes to bed at night just like, why? Like dreaming of everything Karen Reed, and just like how much he's just like, fuck my life. That's how I feel about him. I almost agree with some theories that Lolly purposely is throwing the case to some degree. But why would you go? I mean, he's gone really far out of the way to not throw the case in putting on so much, but in doing so is throwing the case. I don't know. It just seems like that would be a lot out of the way to throw the case. I'm glad you guys caught that. Watching Lolly work makes me think of child labor. Like he's just a teenage girl at heart and hates everything. Especially with the hot mic moments when he's just like, Jesus Christ, find anything in all of my shit. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually like caught that on like a hot mic, and he's just like, I fucking hate these people. I fucking hate this life. I hate being here. When the fuck is this gonna be over? Jesus Christ. Oh, poor Lolly. I don't know. I'm kind of at the point where I just kind of pity the dude. I'm just like, he does not. There's just no way he wants to be doing this. I know. I guess I'd have to go back and see. Hey, that makes me curious. So Bev is the same judge in the. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Brian Walsh case, who is accused of killing his wife Anna Walsh. So does that make Lolly part of the prosecutor, the Commonwealth that's going to be prosecuting Brian? Because Proctor was actually one of the investigators on the case. I don't know if he still is because he's now under an investigation. I'll have to look at that. I think Lolly just wants to rage quit. Miku! Trying to catch him on replay because I got to see your reaction to this now. Oh, we haven't even got there. Miku, you're fine. You could just come on in. Okay, let me see. Hey, Remy, I love seeing your comments for Karen. I listen during work and glance. Don't chat much, but yes, I agree with all the things. I can't feel sorry for Lolly. If the Commonwealth had any integrity, they would walk into the court tomorrow and dismiss the charges. After the inverted video and the proctologist testimony, they should be ashamed. Well, I don't think he has a choice because he's got Morrissey as his boss. That's where I'm at. Remy. Okay, let me just see real quick about Brian Walsh. First, let me see if anybody of you guys comment. I hate the fucking delay on this thing. Apparently, I feel like cussing a lot today, so I guess maybe there's a trigger warning for how many F-bombs are coming out, because we haven't even really got into it, and I'm already doing it, so FYI. Same, I think Lolly is doing this to protect his pension. Yeah. Hey, Bob. All right, I'm going to see real quick. None of you guys answered me. Who is the prosecutor on the Brian Walsh? Is it Walshy? I mean, because it's on an E in it. Case. Norfolk Assistant District Attorney Greg Connor. MSP Trooper Michael Proctor. No, they're talking. This is an article. That's a good one to have up. I haven't read that yet. We'll take a look at that. It used to be Lolly. Yeah, that's what I call it. I just say Walsh. Other people say like Walshy. I'm like, not Walshy. Walsh's attorney was sitting in the courtroom on Monday. Ooh. Okay, well, let's look at this article real quick then. So I just pulled this when I was looking, so I haven't read it. So for anybody, it's like, this is Brian Walsh, and he's accused of killing his wife, Anna Walsh. They still have not found her body, but they have a ton of incriminating evidence against him. That it's one of those, I don't think there's going to be a lot of, he's not the guy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's going to be a lot of Brian Walsh support groups out there. You never know, especially now knowing what we know about the investigators. But still, I still am going to go with that. Okay, so Monday's testimony by Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor could not just have implications on Karen Reed's ongoing murder trial, but potentially beyond. Experts say that the investigators' vulgar text messages about Reed could spell trouble for Proctor's credibility while testifying in other cases as well, including the pending Brian Walsh murder trial, for which he is designated the case officer, the same position that Proctor holds in the Reed investigation. Reed denies the state's allegations that she killed her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, in Canton in I don't know what year that's supposed to be, but typo. And her lawyers have depicted a large-scale cover-up by law enforcement, which they say Proctor was part of. The prosecution has denied that there was any cover-up, calling the allegations fanciful. Okay, well, this just goes back into that. I wanted to see what they said about Brian Walsh's case. Tuesday, that the bombshell testimony could taint other cases too, saying it was possible the situation could potentially put Proctor at risk for being included on what's called a Brady list, referring to a Supreme Court case. Brady lists are typically used by prosecutors to determine whether they should consider officers unqualified to testify in a case over lack of credibility. Once that officer has been deemed as compromised, the integrity has been compromised. Their name ends up on the list. Once your name was on the Brady list, anytime you testify in a court of law, the opposing attorney is going to challenge your veracity. Effectively, you are no real use in the court of law based on any investigative work you've conducted. Proctor, who works out of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, is also the designated case officer for the Brian Walsh case. Brian Walsh is charged with the murdering and dismembering his wife, Anna Walsh, in their Cohasset home in early 2023. He has pleaded not guilty. The case is expected to be heard soon after the Reed trial concludes. Shira Diner, an instructor for the defender, developed Proctor's involvement in the Walsh trial. Because of the high-profile nature of the Karen Reed trial, it's well known before a trial starts involving him, I think the defense lawyer is going to be very strong position to be asking for internal affairs reports. And we know that there is an internal affairs investigation going on. They're kind of potential bias discovery that we usually have a hard time getting. Diner added the Commonwealth may try to avoid having him on the stand in future cases because there's no way that isn't going to come up. It is always going to be relevant. The issue of bias is never collateral to anything. It's sort of at the root of what we are asking our jurors to do. That said, the prosecution could still try the case without calling Proctor by calling other witnesses to piece together the narrative. And they're going to come across the same issue that they had here when they weren't going to call him for Karen Reed's case. Like, everybody's like, why wouldn't you call your lead investigator, your case officer, whatever you want to call him? He's still your lead investigator. He's out there actually collecting evidence. You're just not going to call him? How are they going to do that with this case? It would be the same thing. The Walsh case became infamous over the massive search for Anna, whose body hasn't been found, and the Google search is allegedly made by her husband seeking instructions for how to discard a body. This guy's a piece of shit. While Proctor is the case officer for the Walsh case, a spokesperson for the district attorney's office said Tuesday he is one of numerous officers involved in the investigation. The Office of the Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety and Security both declined to comment on Proctor's testimony Tuesday. MSP has also not issued a statement. State police confirmed in March that Proctor was the subject of an internal investigation for a potential violation of department policy, but would not comment on what caused them to probe one of their own. However, sources told NBC Boston that the investigation is connected to the Reed case. Proctor remains certified under the Massachusetts Post Commission. As of May 31st, the most recent date available, the commission offers a mandatory statewide certification system for all the Bay State police officers. He's still active, but he's still under investigation. Now, so the article states that the MSP has not issued any type of statement since he's testified. I don't know if they will. I don't know if they even will. And two, I don't know if they will until everything is said and done on his testimony or the trial itself. But somebody did issue a statement on behalf of Trooper Michael Proctor. Some of you guys may have already seen it. Let's see if I can pull it up. So this would be from, yeah, here we go. This would be from Michael Proctor's wife. Yeah. Who says, throughout this year, we have seen the worst of our society through social media. But now it has crossed from the vile messages on the internet into our physical lives. There is knowing intent to try to harm and intimidate us. People drive by our home regularly, take photos, and send them to us to try to scare us that we are being watched. Photos of our children have been sent to us and our friends, letters that say they hope our children get a cancer diagnosis because it would be karma for what horrible parents we are. We have been told to kill ourselves, to take a bullet to the roof of our mouths, that this world would be better without us, and that our children deserve better. A voicemail saying people are going to come and take our kids away from us. And the sad thing is that this behavior has been considered okay, even by people we thought we trusted. This harassment is daily. And I can never fully put into words the toll this has taken on us and all the other families involved. None of this is okay, and I look forward to the day this behavior is put to an end. I couldn't be prouder of Mike. He took an oath to protect and serve, and he has done just that. The truth will always prevail. This is the trooper. Yeah, Hammy, this is the trooper's wife. So the past 14 months has been stranger than fiction. I never could have imagined what our family would go through. As a LE family, you expect some difficult days because of the nature of the work, especially in the homicide unit. The inherent risks of the job, the long hours seeing horrific crime scenes, and sometimes having to deliver the worst news to families. It is what police officers sign up for when they enter the profession, and by extension, their families too. But being labeled corrupt, a criminal, a cop killer, bullied, slandered, harassed, and threats to our family on a regular basis was never something on our radar of things we need to worry about. This case has revealed the toxicity of social media and the threat to justice by narrow-minded bloggers and their cult following who question nothing. Sadly, the death of a Boston police officer has become their entertainment, weaving and twisting facts into, what kind of facts that is, into a fictional story that is much more attention-grabbing and tantalizing than as it really is, a drunk driver hit and run case. To the bloggers' followers, we are just characters in their story. There is a suspension of reality like it's a video game, which empowers them to do and say anything they want. I must believe they suffer from the disillusionment because I can't imagine rational people believe what they are doing and saying is okay to so many innocent families. So this is a two-prong issue for me, so I'm going to approach it that way. One, obviously, I don't know anybody who ever condones, at least not in the realm of people I've spoke with that are like, yeah, let's start messaging her, telling her that we hope that her child dies of cancer. Do I think that that's possible? I absolutely do. For anybody who doesn't know my history kind of on YouTube, you know, I talk about the Watts case very, very rarely, but, you know, at one point I had become friends with Chris Watts' sister, and I remember like looking at the messages she would receive as the sister of somebody who was accused of a crime, or was actually convicted of a crime at that point. He'd already pled guilty. And some of them are really kind of crazy. So I'm not going to say that she's not telling the truth, that people are not sending this type of stuff to her, which I do not condone whatsoever. I do not think that people should be sending anything about anybody's children, number one, or threatening them in physical harm in any way. There's always a struggle when it comes to this, though, and here's my other prong of this. She's going, and I don't want to say it in the wrong way, but she cannot use what is being done as a blanket across anybody who questions her husband, because that's considered gaslighting. And that's why I said this is two-pronged for me, because I do not condone anything being talked about with the children or anybody threatening anybody. But I also am not okay with being gaslit, that we're not allowed to question the integrity of her husband as an investigator, or even her, at now that we know that she's hanging out with other people like Jen McCabe. And if we do so, that automatically means that we're part of a cult of people online that so I think it's okay to harass police officers and their families. That's a very big stretch. And there are people, me included, who just honestly think there's something wrong with the MSP, especially this group of guys, and the potential that they have some major integrity issues. Now, that does not mean that I think that I want her children to go and get cancer, obviously. So there's some gaslighting going on here. And I don't know if that's from a personality thing. I don't know this woman, or I don't know if it's just from having so many people comment about your children, because I've had people comment about mine, and it sucks. I get it. But that is a bit of gaslighting. It's not like, hey, this is every single person who thinks your husband is a liar or a piece of shit also wishes harm on your children, or even harm on your husband, because I don't wish harm on them. I wish accountability. And I think that's okay. And I wish that there was something other than that, instead of like, you know, I'm so proud of him, this is what he signed up for. Let me go back to that one, because that's the part that really gets me. I couldn't be prouder of Mike. I really hope that you don't really feel that way. I mean, proud because he's a cop, okay, proud, but not proud of the shit that he did. There's just because my husband's my husband, and maybe there's a different conversation happening in private, and this is the whole like, oh, I'm going to stand by my man in the public eye. But I hope this isn't true, because if you think that his commentary about Karen Reed, suspect or not, about her health conditions and the way he was talking about her is okay, then I do become concerned, because it seems that there's an issue in how it's okay for this man. And I'm a little old fashioned, so you guys can take this however you want, but this man is talking about a woman, and you have children, and you are a woman. So, and we haven't even gotten into all the things that he said, because you're also probably going to be very surprised that there's some things that I don't care that he said, and then there's some things that I find absolutely atrocious. But for her, I hope that this is a public, you know, I stand by my man, but in private, I'm like, you sick fucker, what are you doing? Well, you can't be talking like that about people. She's a human being, you know. But that's why I said there's going to be some things that I'm going to say, like, you know, all right, let's go. We'll backtrack. Married to one, has a sister, a mom. Yeah, And then he just thinks it's okay to like to go into like making fun of her health conditions and talking about her nudes and things like that. It does. It speaks a lot about her character, and I don't know. That's why I said I'm hoping that it's like a, you know, we're gonna have this united front kind of thing. But he's sitting on the stand trying to say whether we believe him or not, but he's trying to take accountability by saying these are regrettable comments that I made. These are, you know, things that I should have done, extremely unprofessional. You know. All right, let's check it on you guys, because I just went on a little rant. So the fact that his supervisor liked those comments shows all those men are like that, right? Mm-hmm. And that nobody reprimanded him for like even the joke of like looking at nudes. To me, that shows that this is a very common thing that they talk about. That's an okay conversation, and the only reason to be sorry, and the only reason that it, and that's if it even does stop. The only reason it would stop is because the FBI got involved, and now there's an investigation including all of their personal data. And they're like, shit. And now you want to know why? You want to know why you've got Brian, Albert and Higgins out here like, get rid of your fucking phone. Get rid of your phone, because like they're pulling all this shit, and anything you've ever said is going to come back to bite you in the ass, whether it has to do with the Karen Reed case or not. Get rid of your fucking phones. That, you want to know why there's a heads up happening there? That's exactly why. This is somebody looking out for their brothers in blue, and like, don't get caught with your pants down on a text message, because they're pulling everything. And that's why Brian Higgins is like, I got nothing in my phone. I've got no wife. I've got no kids. I've got no personal stuff in there that's worth it. Fucking trash the whole thing. Smash it. Throw it in different dumpsters. Hide it. Maybe she can just like private her social media and Control-Alt-Delete. Well, there's also a little something that goes along with this, is that she's, and I don't want to go too far into the drama side of the Karen Reed case, but she's also somebody who has called people's jobs because they made a comment on Facebook about her family and the case that she thought was not okay. And so she contacted people's professions and said, hey, can't believe you'd employ somebody like this when they're out here saying XYZ. So, I mean, there's also some, you know, attributable factors to her. Once again, leave the fucking kids out of it. Don't touch people's children. Leave people's children alone. All right. I got so far behind on chat, you guys. I'm so sorry. Hi, look at all you cool people that popped in here while I was going off. PB and J, V. Hey, Max. Bigger question is how Lolly showed these texts. I think Lolly is turning the case on Proctor. Well, I think he thinks he's getting ahead of it. He's trying to be like, oh, look at, I'm going to call this out first, which makes sense, because let's say Lolly didn't say anything about these text messages, and then the defense gets to question him on cross. And the defense, we've seen how, you know, they're like, no, this is a yes or no question. We don't need your commentary. We don't need any of this. We don't need any of that. Lolly can ask you again when you go back to redirect. So Lolly was intentionally asking these to get in front of it and allowing Proctor the ability to commentate on them for a length of time, versus if it was the first initial hearing was from the cross-examination, the defense would have been like, no, we're not looking for your story here. We're looking for a yes or no answer. And so just answer the question. So, I mean, I don't think he was going to put him up there. I'm telling you, after the direct testimony of Buchanan, and he was trying to get in every piece of evidence, including the ring. And the ring was really what threw me, because Buchanan had nothing to do with the collection of the ring stuff. Even as a supervisor, he still didn't have anything to do with it. And I was like, once they're trying to get that in, they were trying to not call Proctor. They were trying to get all the evidence in through Buchanan. But I think they realized it was going to be bad. It was going to be bad because everything kept coming up Proctor. And Jackson, these are like the little innuendos I don't know if everybody pays attention to, but Jackson made sure to say Proctor's name repeatedly about how Buchanan did not do this. Proctor did. Buchanan did not do this. Proctor did. Buchanan did not do this. Even goes as far as to call him Proctor. Now, some say that's on purpose. Some think it was an accident. All right, let's see. Let me go down to the bottom here. Yeah, selling out childhood friends for beach homes. They already had the inverted Sallyport clip with missing times, and so Lolly had no choice. The problem is Proctor showed no remorse for his image. He did look embarrassed, I would say, for himself. I don't think that he gave two shits about what he said. Jackson asked him on cross, and we're so all over the board today, so I hope everybody's okay with that, because it's just like, hey, we're just kind of going all over the place. Jackson asked him like how he felt, after he made the comment about how much he hated Yannetti. Jackson asked him like, how do you feel about him like now? And he's like, I still don't like him, or I still don't care for him. That to me, I think he thought he was being honest. Like, okay, yeah, I don't care for him. But I also think it showed like, no, he doesn't have remorse for the comments that he made in these messages. He has regret for maybe the making of the comment because they got caught, or that he had to come sit here and actually admit to what he did. I mean, how embarrassing is that? And this is a huge case followed, by so many people. And here's Michael Proctor. C-U-N-T. And Bev's like, no, those are your words, sir. I want you to say them. Own them. You're going to own that shit. Kaki is in trouble for encouraging Trooper whack job too. Right? I would be embarrassed if I was his wife. I wouldn't be out here making fucking statements. But look, it's like, my husband, he did such a great job, and he's made this, oath to protect and serve. And, people are just harassing us because he was doing his job. And it's like, bitch, no. That is not true. And I don't mean calling her a bitch. I just mean that in the text of like, girl. Sorry. She needs a gift. They never asked for a gift, and they never received a gift. But they never said no to a gift either. There was never, nobody here tells anybody that you passed, like you're past the line. Like, no, tell her no gifts. That's inappropriate. It could have been like, Courtney, tell her no. We cannot accept gifts like that. I'd be doing a PR divorce. Someone should take away their children. They're quick to take ours. I don't think anybody should take their children unless there's actually some harm being done to their children by them. And I don't think that's for us to say. Why does Proctor hate Karen so much? She was a complete. I was also wondering, that's a great question. This will lead me into what I was saying about like some things I actually agree with and some things I don't. But why does he hate Yannetti? Does anybody know why he hates Yannetti? Has he been like on a case with Yannetti before? Does anybody actually? I was gonna look this up because I'm like, he says like, I hate that man. I truly hate him. I want to know if anybody happens to know why he hates Yannetti so bad. Is there some type of history there that I'm unaware of? Joe Indy, I don't think Bev liked Proctor. I don't think she liked Proctor. I don't think she liked Lolly questioning Proctor. I think she was just peeved about the whole, but she started off on fire yesterday. But we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. I'm just checking your guys' comments before we go back. He's toasted. Bev sighed so she was like, ah. I know. It got to the point where I started actually notating her sighs. I was like, big sigh from Bev. Bev didn't like that comment. Big sigh. All right, let's see. Because he probably knows he's a damn good attorney and would find the truth. Proctor probably had the hots for Karen. He must have already known the cover-up defense. because of the taillight, because of the accusations. I think he's scared of him. The bigger thing, the guy that testified before Proctor said Tyler was just cracked. Yep. All I know is after his statement, these two freaks deserve each other. And the crime scene was a joke. They didn't even put a 10 over the scene, nothing. No. And then you have your lead investigator and his supervisor who don't even bother to go to the scene of the crime for 6 days. How do you investigate a crime that you've never even been to the scene of? That makes no sense to me. And then, but they don't even know the circumstances. They have no idea, yet they've already figured out that this is exactly what they say happened. I just think most cops hate defense attorneys, maybe. I just wondered if they had any history, like if there is a history. I want to know, I want to know if like maybe he was, I want to know if he's, if they have another case together before. I read Solo Cup, I lift you up. Hey, Mother of Dragons. I didn't follow this case, but wanted to say hello to criminality. Well, hello, Mother of Dragons. Female judge listening to that man degrade Karen and women. She must be livid. I think it's going to be problematic for anybody that I don't have, I mean, I guess I do, but probably just anybody in general. But two, anybody who happens to have somebody that they are close to, close family member, friend, that suffers from any type of illnesses similar or that cause some of the similar, what do you call them? Symptoms. I think they're going to take that very personally. A lot of people that were in the courtroom have made comments like on Twitter or on different interviews that there was like at least 2 jurors that were visibly physically facial changes. Like one had like her jaw dropped apparently, another one like kind of like was like disgusted with them, like rolling her eyes. So apparently there was some actual like physical reaction. Hey, Crafty Chris. Hey, Butterfly Kisses. Proctor hates him because Yannetti proves that you can be bald and not look like a person. Oh, shit. Remember Link said MSP said they weren't coming. Michael Proctor said yesterday he got off the phone and called the hospital and was told 10% chance. Why did he then not call Link? Hold on. And tell them to secure the scene for a while and they would be there once declared. I have no idea. Because they don't know how to do anything correctly, in my opinion. They just don't. They have no idea what the fucking proper protocols on securing a crime scene even are. They're just like, whatever. We'll find the pieces. Don't worry about it. We'll get it there. Ooh, a bank robbery case? Do you have, Miss Mandy, do you happen to know what it is? Kraken says, I have lupus, very similar, and it hurt me. I can imagine. Complications from an illness. Thank you, Mama K. Sometimes words they escape me. You know how it goes. I love Yannetti, and I am impressed by AJ, although not as he relates to Weinstein. Well, he did defend Phil Spector, or prosecute Phil Spector. No, wait, did he defend Phil? Why now am I backwards on that? There's a big one that he prosecuted and a big one that he defended. I think it's prosecuted Phil Spector. My brain's going blank. Hold on, let me see if Miss Mandy responded. Cool Blue, I agree with you. I was going to bring this up. So one of the ones he's talking about, he says he says she's a whack job. And then he says he's talking about Karen Reed. But that whole conversation has nothing to do with Karen Reed. So I agree with you here, Cool Blue. I think he was talking about the freaking ME. But at that point, he was like, just say it was Karen Reed. Just say it was Karen Reed. And how did he know about Karen's medical conditions? I'm assuming that probably Jen McCabe told him, because remember, John had them meet because they both had MS, and he thought that, that they would be friends. Mm-hmm. I think AJ is very good. I don't know how he'll come across because of being from LA, but I'm from LA, so to me, I think he's very good. But I also think that Yannetti's pretty good. I can email it. Ooh, prosecute. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm like, wait a minute. DA Spector. What's the one that he was the defense attorney for that was also a big case? Hi, Kaleido. Yeah, there's 0% chance he didn't read those messages. They didn't want to do it properly. Kevin Spacey. Thank you. I knew there was one. He was the defense for Spacey. He was speaking of the ME, otherwise the text makes 0 sense. I agree. Okay, so let's go. We'll go over here real quick. It is awesome to watch Yannetti and Jackson work. I agree with you. I think they're very good attorneys. I think they're like surgeons, because I think people expect that they're going to get up there and it's going to happen like right away. But to me, it's like, no, like they're like making the little incisions, and then they're like they have to do all of the moves before they actually go in to repair or get whatever they're going in to get. He did defend Weinstein. Do you think they will recall Buchanan? I don't necessarily. I don't think it's necessary right now. I don't think it's necessary for the the prosecutor's not going to, obviously, but for the defense, so much of the testimony that's happened in the 7 weeks of trial so far, or into the 7th week of trial, I don't think the defense has to do very much at this point. Lolly seems to put all the defense evidence in for them and have all the witnesses for them. So it's like, hey, we won't need to put Buchanan back up on the stand, because we already have Proctor, who's saying that Buchanan was liking all the stuff. So now you don't even have Buchanan that you can bring back and have him explain why that's okay. The jury just has to go, that guy that we saw this morning, that's the one. That's the one that's liking these freaking comments. Like, that guy's a piece of shit too. Nobody needs to bring him back to prove that he was a piece of shit, because Proctor already did it for him. Hey, Greenlee. Wait, Yannetti literally prosecuted a case, and then over a decade later was the lead on overturning it? Proctor really hates him. Did that case have to do with Proctor? All of them are disgusting. Yeah, I emailed you that. Okay. Let me go look. Is this what you emailed me before? I hope it is. I hope this is a new one. Here it is. Former prosecutor Yannetti revisits. Thank you, Miku's headphones. Former prosecutor Yannetti revisits The Ride. Let me blow this up a little bit for you guys. So Boston, Massachusetts, September 8th, 2009, attorney David Yannetti revisited the courtroom where he had prosecuted the murders of 10-year-old Jeffrey Curley in the Commonwealth versus Sakari, the Middlesex County Superior Court. As the Ride, a book detailing the brutal case, was released, attorney Yannetti, the prosecutor, handpicked to handle the case, by the Middlesex County District Attorney's Office prepared a fierce and watertight case resulting in convictions for both individuals indicted for the murder. The book, written by the Boston Globe reporter Brian McCrory, details the investigation and the trial in Cambridge, including the pressure on Yannetti to secure a first-degree murder conviction. Further, it describes the devastation caused by the boy's loss to his family and the unexpected developments following the trial's end. As McCrory describes in The Ride, Yannetti's presentation of the Curley murder painted a stark picture for jurors and sealed this case for the Commonwealth. The Curley case was one of the most emotional experiences of my career. I will not forget that shocking crime or the heartbreak endured by the Curley family and their community, Yannetti commented from his Boston office this morning. Preparing for Curley trial was heart-wrenching, and it's one of the instances where I was so glad to see justice served. Now a distinguished criminal defense attorney, David Yannetti has maintained a highly regarded law practice in Boston since 1999. In his 20-year career, Attorney Yannetti has tried hundreds of criminal cases, including 10 other high-profile murder cases. One recent murder case defended by Yannetti was the Commonwealth versus Douglas Finney, prosecuted by, that he defended by Attorney Yannetti, prosecuted by Yannetti's old office, the Middlesex District Attorney. Hold on, let me come back over here. Hi, Veronica. I heard Proctor hates Yannetti because of the witness harassment experience. Did you see his wife's post? I did, yeah, we went through it. But I'm hearing that there's history, that there's actually like cases that they have a history, and which is causing the even more of an issue. So, District Attorney's Office, Finney was convicted of first-degree murder in '90. A decade later, after leaving the DA's office, defense attorney Yannetti investigated the Finney case and discovered that his trial counsel had failed to properly present evidence to the jury about a third-party suspect. Okay, one recent murder case defended by Yannetti was Commonwealth versus Finney. This is the one that actually comes up in the pretrial hearings. I remember them talking about Finney. He was convicted of first-degree murder in the 90s. Over a decade later, after leaving the DA's office, the defense attorney Yannetti investigated the Finney case and discovered that his trial counsel had failed to properly present evidence to the jury about a third-party suspect. Attorney Yannetti therefore persuaded both a Superior Court judge and the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court to grant Finney a new trial and to release him from state prison after he had unjustly served 16 years. In March of 2008, Yannetti won a retrial against his old office, persuading a jury to return a verdict of not guilty. And now Finney is a free man as a result. So I don't think it was his office, but I don't think he was the actual district attorney on it. The old office, though. But this would be too old for Proctor. So this one wouldn't have Proctor. But somebody, let me see if she made a comment back. Mandy, I think it was Mandy. Miss Mandy made a comment that it was about like a burglary. I don't have any names, but I have redacted documents if you want them. Yes, sorry, it took me a minute to scroll back up. Yeah, if you don't mind, I would love to see them. Here, I'll put my email in the chat. If you wouldn't mind sending them, that would be awesome. Bank robbery, that's what it was. Hey, deja vu. So when he realized he was wrong, he fixed it. No, I think it was his office. He was at the office at the time, but I don't know if he was the actual prosecutor. But it was against his old office, who, yeah. And they talk about that. I remember he's like, yeah, I don't know if Mr. Lally realizes that the Finney case is actually my case. I remember him saying that. Imagine dialing 911 for DV or an SA, let alone an accident, and any one of these state police or Canton to show up to investigate. Absolutely horrific and would scare the shit out of any victim. I would be, I don't know if there, how many people in chat are actually local, like to Canton. I would really be interested to hear what you guys, the ones that are local, now feel about the Massachusetts State Police. Because if something does happen, like those are, I mean, for us, like for me, I'm in California, and I mean, I've got my own issues with law enforcement out here, but it's really, I mean, it's really going to affect you guys. That this is who you guys have to count on. That's scary, especially when it comes out like this. And I mean, I get people are going to be like, just because he said mean things doesn't mean he's a bad cop. Yeah, guess what? It also means that if you have a loved one who is killed, that their attitude and their integrity could very well get the person who kills your loved one off. You know what I mean? Like, you have to think of it both ways on what their actions have consequences. And if that consequence is against my family member, whether it be to set them up for something, or whether it be that they're hurt and now the person who did it is going to be free. I don't know. I got distracted by this. Yannetti dated Proctor's wife. What? I hope I never get pulled over. She's like, I don't even want a traffic violation. I live about 35 minutes from Canton, not the same county, but yeah, it scares me. Well, yeah, because you still got the MSP. You just have a different group. Sassy Pence local. Tim says, stay away from Canton. You know, like Sleuthy Goosey she always says that about, like, when we talk about the Delphi case, she's like, I'm not even going into the state of Indiana. Now I think people are going to be like, I'm not going there. I have heard of the Sandra Birchmore case. Yes, I have not been able to dig too far into it, but I have heard of it. Just some just talking about it. Brody Gell says, I work in Canton. MSP has a decades-long history of corruption. Even recently, multiple troopers have been indicted. Their crime lab has had multiple issues and massive turnover for problems in processing freaking evidence. Okay, no. Okay. Oh, you were trying to come up with a reason on why he hates him. He's like, I hate that guy. My wife said he's better in bed. I got you now. I'm picking up what you're putting down. All right, hold on. Okay. So, but I would think that that definite amount of hate that he has for Yannetti, I'm thinking that there's definitely probably some history. That's my thought. So where we left off on last week's testimony was right when they were about to play this thumb drive. They remember they were going to put the thumb drive in, and then there was like this whole to-do, and it's like, no thumb drive. This is when Buchanan's still on the stand. So we come back yesterday morning, and Buchanan comes back on the stand, and we're still on cross-examination. Francis says, I'm from Boston. No one wants to go there anyway. Come for the lobster. Stay for the crowd. Oh, jeez. So we come back with cross-examination with Alan Jackson, and they go back over reviewing all of Lolly's questions about the accuracy of this Sallyport video. Now, it's like, so you said this is a fair and accurate representation. We talk about this a lot. The fair and accurate representation is something that they ask all the witnesses when they're trying to bring in pieces of evidence. And Lolly did ask Buchanan, is this a fair and accurate representation of the Sallyport that day? And he says, yeah. Well, now he's trying to change it. Like, no, it's a fair and accurate representation of the video to, you know, what I received, and it's like, it's how it's recorded, and so like we didn't touch it. Semantics. So I still think it's not going to go over well with the jury that the Sallyport video was inverted, mirrored, and nobody bothered to mention it until the defense mentioned it. So Jackson's telling him, well, when Mr. Lolly was asking you questions about who was who in the video, you seem to know who was who. Now I'm asking you questions about who's who, and you can't seem to remember which one. Like, you thought this was you, you know, when he asked you, you thought the person who slipped was you, but now when I ask you, you're saying that you don't think it's you and it's somebody else. He's like, I can't really tell. I also don't know if he could tell from that far away. I mean, it is kind of hard to tell, but there's a couple spots where I think it's absolutely obvious who's who in the video. They talk about obviously the appearance of the video is not accurate, and they never mention that on direct. He said that, no, he doesn't agree. He does think it's true and accurate because it's true and accurate of the video as he received it. And Jackson comes up with a pretty good analogy here. He's like, so if I show a photo, if you're investigating a crime and you're looking for a man who has a tattoo on his left arm, and I take that photo and I invert it and I start showing it to people and saying, hey, is this the person you recognize? And now the tattoo's on the right arm, and they're going to say, no, the person I saw had a tattoo on the left arm. Buchanan didn't really have much to say to that. But it was a really good analogy for the jury, in my opinion. But he tries to say, like, no, this is an accurate representation of the video as we received it. Like I said, they're fighting semantics there, but I don't know if the jury's going to care. So they end up going up and they have a stipulation to the time frame of the recording and the length of the recording, which is essentially like, here, your recording is 9 minutes long, but we're only watching 5 minutes and 40 seconds of it. So where's the other 4 minutes of the video? Because you could tell the video is 9 seconds long if it starts from, you know, what is it, 5:35 to 5:44:15 or something like that. He says it's because it's motion activated. I got this a lot too. I got this motion activated a lot on the video that I made that shows all the time disruptions on the camera. I don't think it has anything to do with it being motion activated, because there's one from the actual computer screen, and then there's the blue timeline. There's two different times on the footage. I wonder if I should bring it up. But I'm thinking that the one, because when he has to go over there and look, I think he keeps going and talking about the blue time and not the computer screen time. 42 minutes is missing on the other one. Was it 12 minutes? Okay, I don't know. Somebody must have said something in here about swinging. I think he got the info from Jen McCabe. That's what I think, yeah. And by that point, when he is making some of these comments in, you know, June, July, August of 2022, I bet they did know a lot of her health history at that point, because she had been arrested, and I'm sure that they had to have some accommodations for certain things. So I bet they did have some idea. All right, so let's see. They motion censored, saves on storage, the time parameters. Ultimately, he's once again, he's like an IT person, and Helen Jackson's like, you don't work in IT, so you actually have no idea why it's like this. And he's like, well, yeah, you know, I don't really know. I don't work in IT. You're right. Like, and he wasn't there for when the recording was taken. So he like argues all these things like a fucking know-it-all. Like, this guy thinks he's a professional at every fucking thing, and he bugs the shit out of me. I can't stand that. Like, oh, I know everything about everything, and this is how the recordings worked. And it's like, you don't even work at the Canton Police Department. You don't know. You weren't there. You didn't record it. Somebody handed you this. You have no idea if anybody took anything out of it before they handed it to you. So they talk about like the apparitions when people are coming and going and appearing and disappearing, and like there's randomly like there's nobody in the Sallyport, and then there's somebody just appears and they're like sweeping. He says it's not missing. There's no missing parts. It just wasn't recorded at that time. And he continues to like argue about this. I may do a completely different live to talk about this, but I did show on one of my lives how you would splice something where the time would change and the people would change. The motion activated doesn't make people appear out of nowhere. It doesn't create glitches in the matrix, if you will. It doesn't have a person walking out the door twice, one looking like a ghost and the other one being the real person. That's not what motion censored cameras do. So motion censored means nothing to me because it's just not how it works. It's like, oh yeah, it's motion censored, so it creates like fake stuff. Defense video of video is as it should have been. So they now have this other video that they're going to play. And Judge Bev asked him, though, is this the same video? Is this the same thumb drive that we talked about before? And I'm wondering if anybody kind of caught that. And are you thinking that the video that they ended up playing where it's the right direction was the thumb drive that we left off on the day before? Or are you thinking it's different? Because I interpreted that it was a different thumb drive, a different video. You don't have any apparitions, C-Dub? Yeah, ours are motion censored too. There's nobody just randomly starts appearing out of nowhere. No apparitions. Hi, Elcroft. I just heard one thing and I texted you immediately. Oh, let me see. Let me see what your text was. Yes, you are hearing that correctly. That is true. We haven't got there yet on this, but yeah. You are hearing that correctly. Proctor sending the filthy text about Karen Reed to his supervisors. What's that say about them? Yeah, they're all, it literally goes back to what Karen says, like, we're all in on this joke, right? Like, ha, like you guys all, this is all funny to everybody. And then you have, at the same time she's saying that, him out there making jokes about her. So yeah, they are all in on the same joke. The video looked like old VHS tapes that were messed up at some point. Very, very difficult to interpret. It did. It did look like old VHS, like when you get like a thumbprint in, like on the tape. Some people in chat are like, what are you talking about? Then you get the timestamp problems in the video too. Right, 2 different timestamps. Yeah, motion activated doesn't create ghosts and mystery people popping in and out of the Sallyport. Hey Travis, the video that was correct right to left direction played in redirect. The garage door was choppy, even though constantly moving. Suppose that could be the video stream of the video in court. Okay, but did anybody catch if the video they played, that the defense played, that was the corrected direction, was that a different video than Jackson wanted to play at the close of day 21? Does anybody know if that's the same video that was being referenced here? That he was like, I'm going to play 10 seconds of it. And she was like, no, you're not. It was new because Bev asked it be marked. So they never got to play whatever this thumb drive was, is where I want to know. And I don't think they did. Yes, she does. She has Crohn's disease, Elcroft. Yeah, she has Crohn's disease and MS. So he's making fun of her medical issues. And it was also one of the reasons they had talked about that when they went to Aruba, that she wanted to have her own room because of the wanting a private bathroom. Give me 1 second. The dog is scratching at the door. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let me see. So much so inside that Sallyport, Aussie Insider has some great video. Everybody keeps telling me that. I guess I need to go watch it because I haven't seen it. Is it different than my video? It's the snow that was already there before Karen's SUV pulled in. Yeah, which means they had the Sallyport doors open to allow all that snow to come in. Yeah. Sallyport video when SUV drives in one door is daylight, while other is dead of night. Also, how tow truck driver snap photo with headlights on. I'd also be interested, why didn't the tow truck driver take photos of the entire car? Don't they typically take photos to show that there was damage before it was put on the truck? Isn't that like a common thing tow truck drivers do? Ajax did say it was a new thumb drive, so not sure if it had same video or something different. I'm so curious about that. I want to know if it's the same one. Like if it's the same video. All right, let's see. There's another view of the Sallyport. They talk about that. We've seen photos from that angle. You know, that's where and he tries to get a mechanic to see where that white cloth was on the ground. If anybody remembers from back at the beginning when they were showing the red Solo cups in the Sallyport and the car in the Sallyport, there was like this white rag that was parked by the tail end of the SUV, and they used that white towel, white cloth thing for reference a lot. They were trying to do, he was trying to get him to recognize that so people would see like, hey, we've seen images from over here. We know that something over here works because we've seen it already. And now anything that has to do with the tail light from beforehand is a problem. Right, for insurance liability. I thought they did too, Francis. So why doesn't he have pictures of this tail light? And the caution tape was cut to size. No, I think they just wrapped it and wrapped it and wrapped it. I personally believe they had Karen's SUV in there and they pulled it out and pulled it in again. Interesting. Proctor was done with the investigation at the same time his interview ended with Jen McCabe. Agree. Absolutely agree. He was like, solved it. Good job, Jen McCabe. You know my sister? Good. She can have all the credit for having such awesome friends who can solve cases so I don't have to do my job. And I can just sit back and look for nudes. I think the inverted mirror image revelation made major points with the jury. I think the camera of the rear of the Lexus being black and only a couple of minutes also scored a few points. That how is it that anything, I kind of brought this up in the Delphi Live yesterday, but I was comparing like the evidence in both. The evidence in this case, everything that's missing or wrong or broken or actually broken is probably not the right word, but like the messed with, all revolves around that damn tail light. Like they're missing the library footage that would show her car driving by after she hit John O'Keefe. They don't have that. How's that? That part's missing. Motion activated. They don't have the camera angle from the Sallyport that would actually show that side to see what it looked like beforehand. Why didn't any of the troopers take any? Yes, Lorna, exactly. Why didn't the troopers take any pictures before towing it? They were in the driveway. Why didn't they take photos of that car upon receipt? Whether it be at Karen Reed's house or at the Sallyport. Why did not one person do anything to document this? Why did they not go back and try to find any footage from Karen Reed's parents' house to Canton PD? I mean, they made this, over 30-mile trip, took them about an hour. There's no camera footage along the way that would show that this tail light was actually completely gone. How is everything just around that tail light missing? Shortage of cameras in Canton. Please pray for them. The honest cop in Dighton is the only one that says it was only cracked. Okay, so here we got to talk about the time lapse. This is the one that's missing the 42 pieces. And Buchanan just says it's not there. It wasn't recorded. It's not there. Once again, it's like, how do you know? You didn't record it. You don't know that it's not there. You don't know that somebody just didn't give it to you. So then we get redirect, and says the video is how it was received. It's motion activated. It skips multiple times. It is accurate video. The defense video is inverted, which I put an LOL because it's like they inverted the video. The defense did. Then Lolly plays the defense video of the Sallyport, going through. I don't know why he wanted to go through it again. They discuss the video of Karen Reed backing up into John's car. They continue playing the defense video of the Sallyport. This video is after all the other videos. That's what Lolly's point is. Leave that door open, please. He says, so this video is after the Sallyport video is after the Karen Reed ring video. This is after this. It's after that. Like, doesn't really matter, because this is the point where everybody's saying that there was pieces of taillight being taken and driven back over to 34 Fairview. And then you have 3 cops in plain clothes at 34 Fairview when the CERT team is there, that the CERT team doesn't even, it's his scene at that moment. He's in charge, O'Hara, and he's looking for evidence, and you have 3 cops there in plain clothes that he doesn't even know who the hell they are. Oh yeah, it probably broke, DB. You're right. It probably did break. Why were the timestamps in blue on video? It just looked odd. That's why you have the time. You have 3 timestamps on the video that's played in court. Technically, you have the time. Somebody has a cell phone and is recording a monitor. So you have the time of the monitor. It's like 2:52 Wednesday, I think is what it says. Something right around there. You have that, and then you have the time on the screen for the cameras, which is the 5 to 5:45 or whatever, somewhere right there, 5:30 to 5:45. On the one that skips around that I have in my video that shows all the time jumps. And then you have the blue that's like from the security camera recording, like it's on the actual security camera. During the first week of trial, there was testimony about something regarding the Sallyport video or photos. What was that about? That's when they were doing the, we were just talking about that, the video of the February 1st when Proctor is in there with Hartman, the CSI, and they have the guy come in to take out the entire taillight housing. So let me see. Discuss the video. So once again, but it doesn't matter. And all the questions he was asked, I'm like, that one doesn't matter. That one doesn't matter. That one doesn't matter. So that he absolutely did not do anything to the taillight, and nor did Proctor. They go back to they thought it was DV at the beginning because they're supposed to work with the ME. That's really part of their job. It's a requirement. And Karen had said that she hit him, and they didn't know what she had what she meant by I hit him. They thought maybe she hit him with the glass, or had just physically hit him. They didn't know that she'd hit him with the car yet. So when they contact the ME, they're like, we think it's DV, that she hit him. They've got broken, a broken glass, because remember, they had found that in the morning with the leaf blower. And then Karen supposedly saying she hit him to the first responders. Well, he says he gets that information from Sergeant Good and Flametti. Well, Flametti was the paramedic, and Flametti didn't actually hear it. So, and then he says Flametti didn't directly tell him. Only Sergeant Good told him when they got to the Canton PD. So after seeing Johnny, realized there was no way a glass could have caused that wound to the back of his head. This is a big deal to me. I don't know if anybody else caught it or if it'll end up being a big deal to anybody else. But when he testified about going to see John, let me see if I can get back to it. So when he testified about going to see John, he said there was face swelling and discoloration. There was a cut to the nostril, a cut to the eyelid, abrasions on his arm. This is when I made fun of him for the no lower or higher than certain points, like no shit. They talk about the clothing from the evidence bags, and that Trooper Mello was the one that was going to photograph the body. They go through all of the talk about like the lacerations, where he like slips up and says lacerations and changes it really quick to abrasions. But he never, when he talks about and testifies to the fact that he went and saw John's body, he never mentions seeing a wound to the back of John's head, ever. And now, not to skip too far ahead, but Proctor also does not testify that when they were there together, remember, because they spend the whole day together, Proctor never says that they looked at the back of John's head. So he does not say that. So I don't know. That was a big deal for me. Like I said, I don't know if anybody else really caught it, but I was like, wait, dude, you never talked about a wound to the back of his head. You're lying. Because you're like, oh yeah, we realized though the glass couldn't have caused to the back of his head. No, you didn't, because you never looked at the back of his head. Not right then. Obviously, maybe later, but not right then you didn't. Not when you were making this call. And you have Proctor who's saying the same thing. Neither one of you testified to seeing any wound on the back of the head. So here we go. So then Jackson comes back up and he's like, yeah, you guys said that there was a glass to the face, that John took a glass to the face, not to the back of the head. And he's like, I don't remember saying that. And he's like, well, let me refresh your memory. So he said he saw Sergeant Good at the police station. He never actually talked to Flametti. Jackson coming in with another win here. There's no report from anybody at any point memorializing that anybody, especially Good, ever said that. Nobody writes down, oh, hey, I talked to Officer Good and he says XYZ at the beginning of this. That Karen says, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Remember, those words, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, don't come up until much later in the investigation. So this whole I hit him, I hit him, I hit him thing doesn't happen right here. That was during the first week they discussed that. Yesterday they stipulated the video start time and actual run time. Run time was 10 minutes or so, less than half. Start end time should be, but then CW played that other video and it simply looks jerky, which would account for run time being less than start and end. Good was specifically asked about that, and he said no, he did not hear it. Right. Can you get what if any merch? We have what if anything emojis for members. You should be able to pop one in there. Witnesses to keep their inconsistencies hidden as much as possible. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Cora. I'm still waiting for info about the boxer injury on the hands. I think that, well, maybe we'll get something from the ME on that, but I do think that the possibility of the IVs in the hands, in both backs of his hands, but I don't know. I'm waiting to see. Yeah, there's your what if any. It won't pop up on here, but you guys can see it. What if any? What if any? Who if anyone? So inverted video, he received it in late April, early May, after the trial had started. He's all, I don't know if it was after the trial had started. It was, because this was the whole, they didn't actually have this video. It was never turned over. This inverted video of the Sallyport was not turned over in discovery. Then he says he didn't receive it until April, early May. He doesn't know if it was after the trial started. Bullshit, when the trial started. He says you were aware that Canton had been recused from this investigation and that Canton PD provided this video. So why is Canton PD providing a video that they shouldn't even have had or had anything to do with at the time, because they had recused themselves? So that's kind of how he leaves it off. Like, you keep letting Canton PD have part in this and they should have nothing to do with it, but yet they do. Wait, what? Allegedly, Jen is now spinning a story on Reddit about the fire hydrant and bird poop on the hydrant in relation to J.O.'s head injury? Is she on Reddit for real? There was an account, I was watching the trial, I don't remember what day it was now, it was a couple weeks ago, and there was an account called Jennifer McCabe that was in there, and I was like, you never know if somebody just created an account with her to go troll around and get people all riled up, or if it was actually her. But I did find her commentary interesting, so I'm wondering. Corgi says, when I was in high school, I punched a locker, bad home life, in the back of my hand, bruised up like that. I agree as an RN, it could also be from an IV injury. It's tough. Yeah, I punched a few things when I was younger, too. I hope that is she really on Reddit? Is it really her? Oh, jeez. Oh, no. What happened to his picture? Nicholas Barrows, where's your photo? I'll have to go fix that. I don't know what happened to his photo. He's not on here anymore. So he is a Dighton police sergeant, and you know what? Hold on, I'm going to see if I can find this article really quick. Here it is. So Nick Barrows was actually almost killed by a drunk driver. Said, I thought I was dead. The Dighton officer hit by a drunk driver, still recovering months later. Sergeant Nick Barrows is a 7-year veteran of the Dighton Police Department. He hasn't been in a cruiser since October 9th of 2023. He was driving his cruiser down Route 44 the night he was hit head-on by a drunk driver. Said, I'm so lucky to be alive, Barrows said. When you see a car coming straight at you like that, all you can think of is death. Barrows said he had his lights and sirens on since he was responding to a call, and he remembers looking at the speed radar in his cruiser and seeing just how fast the oncoming car was barreling toward him. The number shows up big and in red. It's at 70 miles per hour. The car kept getting closer, and it began drifting into my lane. I just held onto the steering wheel, and I knew this car was going to hit me. He tried to swerve out of the way at the last second, but it was too late. I just heard a loud boom and I saw white. I thought I was dead. Though his cruiser was mangled, Barrow was thankfully still alive. So my first instinct was to run over to that other car and check on the driver. That driver, identified as 30-year-old Michelle Sosa, has since pleaded guilty to operating under the influence. According to Barrows, he said her BAC was well over the legal limit. She could have killed me. She could have killed someone else. Barrows was seriously wounded in the crash. He wound up with broken bones in both of his hands and burns the sides of softballs on his side from the airbags deploying. He's still coping with numbness and tingling in his hands, which is why he hasn't returned to work just yet. So just an interesting side story because of the fact that we're talking about drinking and driving when it comes to this case and how many of these people were drinking. You can see his car. That's his cruiser. I don't think I can make it any bigger, though. Let me see if I can blow it up. There you go. That's his police cruiser. So freaking scary. And just think, like, then he has to go and testify in a case like this. I'm just like, I don't know. Like obviously, Massachusetts has a major problem with people fucking drinking and driving. They need to put these MSP need to have some DUI checkpoints or something going on. That's crazy. I mean, look at this car. It's fucking wrecked. So anyway, I don't know what happened to his picture there, but anyway, so he's been a cop for 14 years, officer in charge during the January 29th shift. He got a call at about 2:30 from Proctor, told him to get that he had gotten, and he told Proctor that he had gotten a call from a resident that was looking for a ride. So also interesting because I thought that they had gotten the call about the 911 call when the dad called about Karen saying things about self-harm. So, but he at that point only knew about the call for the resident to get a ride because he didn't have four-wheel drive and his daughter had, his boyfriend had just passed away or was passing away. So he said Proctor wanted him to meet him at the residence of Karen's parents. He contacted the Diamond Towing Company to tow the SUV. So there was about a foot of snow in the driveway. Later, Proctor will say it was actually up to his waist. He did have a trainee with him. He remained in the driveway in the garage. He never spoke to Karen Reed. highway superintendent came and plowed the driveway. He said there was damage to the right tail light. Said it was not completely damaged. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. Cracked. Dent in conjunction with the tail light, like right next to it, he did not see anyone come in contact with the rear side of the SUV. Nobody come to touch it, nothing. Elizabeth Little stands up and says they're not going to cross. Now, Lolly could have done something differently here. If you watch enough lawyers, you've probably heard them say lawyers won't ask a question unless they know the answer to it. And I always kind of keep that in mind when I'm like, well, why didn't they ask him this? Or why didn't they ask him that? And it's like, well, did they know the answer? And if they did know the answer, was it bad? So I'm wondering, does Lolly not show him the picture of the tail light? You know, not the one after the housing's been removed, but the picture of where the tail light is all cracked and broken. Or even the reconstructed one that they put together, that one of the CSI techs put together. Why doesn't he show him either of these photos to say, like, hey, how much of it was missing? He doesn't bring that up and have him identify it. So it's like left open for interpretation on how much he would consider cracked. Like, what is his opinion of what cracked was like? You see what I mean? I dated a guy in high school. Carrie says, I dated a guy in high school, was on a call at an accident a few years ago and was hit and now is in a wheelchair. His canine survived but was thrown out of the car and medically retired. Oh, I'm so sad. Poor puppy. Hold on, let me see what you guys are saying. And John O'Keefe's ex-girlfriend hit a guy on a motorcycle, and he lost his leg. And she's sitting in there pissed off with Karen Reed. I don't know how many days she's been there, but I have seen her there. And then you have Chris Albert, and then you also have, what is it? Tom, the young Albert, the younger brother that hit the car, had the hit and run, and they literally followed his leaky fluids back to 34 Fairview, but they never gave him a DUI test. Hey, BJ, I heard there are people who witnessed Albert hit a guy over the head with a bottle in a bar. They thought he was dead. Which Albert? Brian Albert? Well, he supposedly got in a big fight with Hernandez. I forgot I was going to try to figure out what that fight was about. I guarantee Turtle Boy's probably got something on there about that. I want to know more about the Hernandez fight. I don't know anything about it. In 1960. Okay, we'll see you later. Have a good one. Yeah, the chief of police in Canton hit a pedestrian. That's the chick, Rafferty. I still can't get over Proctor's wife backing him up. She should have had draw his version of cracked and show jury if possible, but I get why they didn't cross. But plus, it wouldn't be allowed, of course. Well, that's what I'm saying. So Lolly's could possibly be a mistake, is that he should have had him clarify that it was as broken as Proctor said it was. Unless, once again, he's an attorney and he already knows the answer and he knows this guy's not going to testify to that. Well, there's no reason to cross when Lolly left that so open to interpretation on what size this is. I mean, look at us now talking about it. It's like, oh, okay, so what did he mean? He says it was only cracked. But the pro Karen Reed is absolutely guilty people are saying, no, he said it was cracked, and that's the whole point. So anyway, so no cross there. And then we get to this guy. And so here's what I want to say. Obviously, they go through a lot of stuff, and I'm not going to go through all this, but it's like, so they go through his history. They talk about that, when he got the call. They basically, the information that they're getting in from him is for actual evidence. They're talking about the ring footage, which I'll touch on more. They're talking about the all the taillight pieces. He shows them that, the housing, like some basic stuff. So I don't want to get too far bogged down into that. But the one thing I'll say is, obviously, the biggest talk of anything to do with Proctor is his nasty fucking text messages. And I said at the beginning of this that there's a two-pronged response to this situation. Now, I get the good old boys club part of this. I also get the guys will be guys. I also get that if you have somebody that you believe, let's say there is no setup. Let's say there is no setup. The broken taillight pieces, none of that exists. Karen hit him, and everything that these guys have testified is true and how they accessed all of these taillight pieces. If you have this person who killed a cop, and you are a cop, it's very common that people are like, I fucking hate her, she's a cop killer, or I hate him, he's a cop killer. So some of the things that are said, I don't take a lot of offense to. I don't take, when they're like, that one guy's like, nah, fuck her, she's a bitch, like she fucking killed one of our own, kind of thing. Like, I understand that. Like, here I am when I like saying stuff about like Brian Walsh, or even like I'm talking like the douche canoe here. Like, those are my opinions of this person based on things, on situations that I understand and have been watching. It's very different to like attack this guy's health issues or to make fun of him for that, versus I don't think this guy has any integrity and should probably not be a police officer. That's where I'm at with it. So I can attack that, and I get like calling him names. I get that. So that's what I'm saying. I get if they think that she did it, they don't like her, that he doesn't like Yannetti. He can call Yannetti a prick. Like, I think that guy's a fucking prick. I think Brian Walsh is guilty. He's not guilty in a court of law, so I can still say that. You know what I mean? I can still say that I think he's a piece of shit that killed his wife. I can still say I think that. But I think that there's a level that goes to the fact that he is the lead investigator. She is a suspect, and he's making fun of her health issues. He's making snide jokes about looking for naked photos of her. That he's talking to his friends about whether she's hot or not. Absolutely inappropriate. Hold on, let me see you guys. Oh, 1960, thank you. For all of my hard work, I appreciate you very much. Thank you. So it keeps me going, keeps me coming back. It's very simple, Scott says. The Dighton police officer confirmed that her taillight was only cracked and had one little piece missing, as was observed on the camera video of Karen backing out and bumping J.O.'s car. I agree with you. I'm just saying, I think that it's definitely, Lolly didn't secure what he needed to secure and left it open enough that the defense didn't have to cross. That's kind of just what my thought is. I hate my taillight has an IED in it and it explodes. Niku headphones. Vic's Logic says, hold my beer cans. A man is proud of his lawn. He ruled Colin by putting the spoiled brat in his place. I remember that one person got super pissed off at me when I was like, and remember, he put the fence up after the kids were walking on his lawn, and he didn't like it. And they're like, that's not true. He put it up after. I'm like, that's what he said. They were like, all pissed. You idiot. That's what they were like, you're so stupid. Did he say douche canoe? Yeah, I did. I think this guy's a douche canoe. Did I date myself? Yeah, there's on the record talk and there's off the record talk. That's why I'm saying I don't have any issues with him not liking Karen per se after the fact that they think that they've collected all of this evidence to that she killed not just killed somebody, but she killed a cop, and they're supposed to, the whole public image, if you will, is that like cops support other cops, but the thing is they can't really act like that here. So I think that also is part of my struggle with his messages is nobody cared that John was a cop. Nobody, these fucking guys didn't even go out to the scene of where he was hit for 6 days. They're investigating a crime. They don't even go to the crime scene of. You have a cop across the street, the deputy chief. You have a cop inside the house of the lawn. You have the cop inside the house's brother who's also a cop in Canton. You have all these cops that even when they hear that this is a cop that was hit, I would be curious how many showed up to even the hospital. How many showed up? We know that these guys didn't even show up to his funeral. They went to New York to a funeral to a guy they didn't even know, and they don't even show up to this guy's funeral. So they don't really have the, oh my gosh, we hate her because she killed a cop. They didn't care that he was a cop. They didn't act like they cared anyway. Hi, Allie. Hi, honey. He was already crossing his own thin blue line himself. His vitriol was right from the start, and he was running his mouth to people he shouldn't have. Yep. That's why. So I have like all these different parts and pieces on. Like I get some of the things he said, but how in the world was he right off on the 29th just talking shit about her? They hadn't even done any investigation. They didn't even know that any of this stuff matched. And look, come to find out, how many of the glass pieces actually matched to fucking nothing? They matched to nothing. There are reports that John knew about some drug use and potential sales regarding Colin from Kevin Albert. I think it's in Sleuthie's sheets. There's been some reports of that. We haven't, nothing like that's come out in trial yet, but I have heard that a lot. I was just going to say that when they went all the way to New York for cops, they did not know. Yeah. Hi, Ginger. They gave Proctor the chance to explain, and he never said because she killed a cop. He didn't even think of it to say. I know, right? I know, they're so bad. Hi, Heather. Hi, Teresa. Maybe because he was off duty when he died. I don't know. I've never seen anybody just not give a shit. So you even, like I said, across the street, you have the I don't know if he's the assistant chief there or deputy chief. I don't know what they actually refer to him. I think assistant chief is where they get the solo cups from. And he doesn't come out. He doesn't even come outside. And I think it was, I don't remember if it was Lank or if it was Gallagher. I don't remember which one of them said that they actually called him to let them know that they were like on their way over by his house. And he still didn't go outside. Well, if he did, nobody saw him. How do we know they liked John? Maybe they tolerated him. Well, they invited him to go over there. To go over to Waterfall. And again, story is that Peggy O'Keefe laughed at his text messages. Wait, like in court? That she was laughing in court, Susan? And I haven't seen his dad since he walked out during Jen's testimony weeks ago. I've seen him since then. I'm pretty sure I have anyway. Now you're gonna have me questioning that though. Yeah, they had her guilty. They had her guilty after they talked to Jen McCabe. Like Jen McCabe was like the end all be all. Emily D. Baker, hi Salty Sweetie. Emily D. Baker says almost all phones have naked pics. Don't know why he didn't say it's just a phrase. Dark humor, meaning just started reviewing phone. Also, it wasn't a download. He was in a real phone. Yeah. Yeah, for this rehearsed apology, they definitely didn't come up with a lot of good things. Just the regrettable. It was very repetitive, too. Again, he's like, even when Jackson's question, he's like, again, sir, regrettable comments, unprofessional comments. The select board meeting from 8/8/23. Let me find it. Let me write that down so I can go back and look for it. Where's my notes? 8/8/23. Select board. Are people still anti-Karen? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Absolutely. It's weird. He went beyond being unprofessional. It was very upsetting to hear a woman being spoken about like that. Having a colostomy is very hard for a woman to come to terms with the bag. It's disgusting. An entire investigation is a joke. That's what's being said, is that she was laughing. I hope not, Susan. I don't think they show her when any of that's going on. I'll have to look. Maybe she laughed at something else about not liking Yannetti or something. She really is. It's the weirdest thing. And you could see, I think her unraveling on the stand was her realizing she wasn't in control. She wasn't the boss anymore. People weren't just going to bow to what she was saying. The PR team gave buzzwords and he stuck to them. They're regrettable, unprofessional, you feel sorry. Miku's investigating this case better than the actual investigators. Out of court, in court and out of court, enjoyed the embarrassment of Karen. It's not cool, but unsurprising because people are so emotional and reactive in cases. I'm not as surprised because if right now we know that specifically his mom and his brother, and mostly his mom, from my understanding, really do believe that Karen killed their son and that she's, not taking accountability for it and dragging them through this horrendous trial of having to see all these things that they shouldn't have to see if she would just take accountability for her actions. I can understand that. I think we see it a lot, even in cases where that person ends up being wrongfully convicted and the family is like, man, like the regret that they have for the way that they thought about and treated this person who ultimately wasn't even the person, but they need somebody to put that on. I think it's very different for the family versus the lead investigator. You know what I mean? Like, I can almost see that, like, that the family would probably just be like, yeah, anything mean about her is, if they believe she did it, then they believe she did it. They're not called massholes for no reason. Yeah, but her surrounding people they all allow that. They all allow her to take control of everything. Even Matt McCabe, her husband, was like, she's the one that when somebody passes away or like, when there's like some type of issue or whatever, she's the one who comes in and just takes control of the whole thing. So they have perpetuated that personality and allowed her to just do things so that they don't have to. So she's also a creature of their making. Yep, she's a strong, self-made, independent woman. They don't like that. She was an outcast. She did not fit in. She wasn't a housewife. She wasn't a stay-at-home mom. She didn't quit her job to raise kids. Like all these other ones did. The audio is almost impossible to hear. Okay, I'll check them out. The Young Jerks. I peeped on them a couple times. Wonder if this testimony has changed any family members' minds. I don't. I think that they support him. They support that he was protecting, he was protecting their family member. They support Michael Proctor. They're still close to the McCabes and the Alberts and the Roberts. So, all right, let me briefly go through this real quick and just see if there's anything in here that jogs my memory on what I wanted to talk about. The medical situation possibly contacted Lank. The male party transported Good Samaritan. Then he contacted Flametti. Go over the injuries. He said there was about a 10% chance of survival. And then he contacted Buchanan. Buchanan and him went to Canton PD. They arrived there around 10 a.m. He doesn't recall who got there first. Spoke with Sergeant Good, who identified the three females as Carrie Roberts, Jen McCabe, and Karen Reed. He'd never met any of these women. He went to the McCabes. They drove in Buchanan's truck. He spoke to three people, and they rotated him. We know that to be Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert. Whether they were actually listening in the other room, like how Jen and Matt McCabe were listening to Carrie's interview, that's what I suspect. But either way, remaining interviews were all done individually, and he always went with another trooper. He never did anything on his own. Except for when and I didn't know this. So the Curans are on the defense witness list. said that they were not responsive to wanting to be interviewed by him. So when they were going to testify at the grand jury, he like got them right before they were going to testify. Essentially, like he's like, I cornered them because they wouldn't talk to me. So I had no choice. I ended up talking to them by myself because I just happened to see him and needed to talk to him. Why he needed to talk to them so bad that he got them alone before the grand jury, I thought was kind of sus. So now I'm like even more curious about what they're going to testify to. He had never met Brian Albert prior. He said he went to Good Samaritan. They viewed John. Karen had already been released. They got there around 1 p.m. He said John had abrasions on his right arm. His eyes were swollen, cut on his right nostril, and cut on his left eye. He said the back of his head, he only observed that there was blood on the back of his head. He never observed any trauma, which is what we talked about earlier. Buchanan also says that. The Curans, right here. They're on the defense witness list. I'm like, ooh, somebody who was like, nah, I'm not playing your game. Let's see. They talk about the clothes. He said he's had a few experiences with persons struck by vehicles. This kind of goes back and forth. They don't want to talk about that. Footwear is a potential of a vehicle strike. He said Tully and the cert discovered a shoe. The clothing did have cuts and something else that I missed, and I was going to go back and get, and apparently I never did. He talks about the videos from C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall is the same clothes that they found in the hospital room that John was wearing. They kind of go over a little bit of the evidence processing, nothing major. Talks about going to the McCabe's house. And after that, after they leave, I don't know why he even throws in the McCabe's there, but he says, on his way to the McCabe's house is what he says. On the way to the McCabe's house, he had contacted the Dighton PD to get a tow and a plow for Karen Reed's parents' house. An hour to Dighton, waited for the Dighton PD. He waited for the Dighton PD and then went up to the home. They looked at the SUV. The right rear tail light had large pieces missing. Went into the house through the garage, and Karen was on the couch. They talked to her for about 30 to 45 minutes. This was interesting that it had large pieces missing because anybody else who's been behind her car that morning says you could tell that there was something, but it was all like it was packed in snow. And Kerry Roberts even says that, but he knows that there's large pieces missing. Went into the house through the garage. Karen was on the couch. For some reason, they go over a document of the SUV. I don't know why. He says they seized Karen's phone. They talk about who else was at the bar. They ended up getting Mike Camerato's number from her. Search warrant obtained. It goes to the data guy with the phones. Follow the tow truck to Canton. At 5:31, they arrived. They'd taken to Canton. Wasn't his decision. He thinks it was because it was heated and it was large. He says at Sallyport, he never touched the SUV. He just set up the perimeter. He went to a debrief with the Canton PD on what everyone had learned. There was only troopers there, no Canton PD. They had recused. He was the case officer. He's the facilitator. He makes the decisions and he delegates debriefing taillight pieces found at 34 and the shoe found. Buchanan himself went to their office in Canton. Gorino took the 2 phones and the clothing laid out on butcher paper. He secured the taillight in intake area. So this is going to be interesting about these 2 phones. I'm going to come back to that when we get a little bit further because there's something that I want to talk about. He said that all the taillight pieces, they had to go to temporary storage because they didn't have access to putting it in the actual evidence storage. So it went to temporary storage where it would be moved and processed by the evidence officer. Which kind of makes more sense too than were they not secured in the evidence bags. And I know that Allie and Bob have talked about this, more specifically Allie has, about why the collection date says, or the sticker is 2/4, but the actual evidence was supposedly collected on 1/29. I'm wondering if that has something to do with this, but I don't know. It said February 1st, they went back to the Sallyport for the search warrant, and that's when Maureen Hartnett was there and a couple other people. We've seen the photos of that and the video of that. There was snow and ice had melted on the taillight, but it was the same as the 29th, and the housing unit was then removed. The Sallyport video from February 1st is very dark. The taillight housing unit is now, he takes that out of evidence, shows it to the jury. Photo of the SUV taillight. February 3rd, Evan Brandt, Buchanan himself, went to 34 Fairview with shovels. So this is the first time he's been at the scene. February 3rd. Incident happened the night of early morning of 28-29, right? Going very early hours of the 29th. no matter which version you think is accurate, still happened early morning hours of the 29th, and they don't go to the fucking crime scene until February 3rd. How do they not go to the crime scene until February 3rd? No, I think it's Proctor. Proctor says that it was up to his waist. I think it was him. I think it's Proctor that says it. Tow was organized at 2:30, I think, by the honest officer on trooper's request. Yes, that's what he said. Proctor had called him at about 2:30. Was it Proctor who said snow was up to his waist? Sorry, I don't believe it. Yeah, I think it was him, because I think that the other guy says there was like a foot of snow in the driveway, and he says it was up to my waist. Yep. They don't go to the scene of the crime. Well, and in context, if we go back through everything that he's saying that they had already determined the night of the 29th when he's talking to his buddies, is Karen did it. She's going to pay for it. They're going to charge her with, they're going to throw the book at her. It's done. Nothing's going to happen to the homeowner because he's a Boston cop too. I mean, it's done. They've already convicted Karen Reed on January 29th. Anything else is just for shits and giggles at that point. Hi, Jen. Look at you out gardening. They didn't go to the scene until February 3rd because there was 45 feet of snow and no one could go anywhere for days. No. They absolutely could go on the 29th, the day that they're driving around. They absolutely could have gone to the scene of the crime on the 29th. There was no reason. You have a CERT team that is out there. There's no reason that you wouldn't go out there. You're the lead investigator. The lead investigator. And it's like, oh, Tully was there. Well, no, Tully's not the lead investigator. You're the lead investigator, and you don't go to the scene of the crime. Yeah, I don't think that. I think that's an exaggeration. I don't think they had 45 feet of snow. It was just, it was funny. It was a funny. Oh, I got you, Stephen. No, I got you. Yeah. Seems like he felt like it was solved just from talking. Yeah, I'm telling you, Jen McCabe solved the case. She solved it. She was like, all right, everybody, here's your stories. I'm going to tell them this. Stick with it. We're going to win. No, he was just being funny. I live in Chicago and confirm that you can indeed drive in the snow. I fucking hate driving in the snow, and it's why I don't live in the Midwest anymore. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Let's see. February 3rd. Okay, so he says he went out there February 3rd, the 8th, the 11th, and the 18th, and they retrieved evidence. He was also out there on the 10th, but they didn't retrieve evidence that day. He was never out there alone. They found the drinking straw, the hat, the piece of plastic. As the snow melted, they continued to find more evidence. On February 3rd, Brenton himself went to John's house to document John's vehicle after reviewing the Ring video. They play the video of Karen backing out. It says the cell phone on. So here's something interesting. So he has access to John's cell phone. Remember, we'll find out later that he doesn't get access to Karen's cell phone for quite a while. But they apparently can access John's cell phone very quickly, and they find the Ring app. And so since he knows that there's this Ring app, he goes ahead and requests the search warrant to Ring. I thought that was kind of intriguing. So I'm like, okay, when did you have the Ring app? When did he see that there was a Ring app? Because remember, he collects the phones on the 29th, and he gives them to the data guy that night at their office in Canton. Remember? So on the 29th, is he already accessing John's phone? And obviously John's the victim of a crime and can't, stop him. But I don't know what he would necessarily need to have to be able to go through his phone. Maybe he didn't have a lock on his phone. Hey, Lone Pony, what I don't get is if chain of custody is so important, how is all the fucked up evidence allowed into court? Look who decides what's let in. Like, who decides what's let in? Well, she did, and she just said you can argue. You can argue about it. But some of it they wanted in. Like if we talk about like the red Solo cups, I don't know if Lolly would have ever brought those in. Nobody tested anything with them. She took a swab and never did anything with it, and she left the cups there. So like the defense would actually want that in because they want to show it. So they bring they bring that in. Does that make sense? So some of it, I don't think that Lolly would have ever even brought in had it not been for the fact that he knew the defense was going to bring it in. Yeah, he didn't want to be there. He was like, I can't be there for that. They erased the video when it shows that she's coming back with her lights okay. Yep, from the library. There's been speculation that maybe he deleted the Ring videos. That is what I think. So here's my commentary on that. Is so he's looking at John's cell phone pretty immediately then. If he sees that there's a Ring app. Now, does Guarino say, hey, I found a Ring app and tell Proctor? And then he gets the search warrant for Ring? So the videos that were received from Ring are the same as seen on John's phone. You need a Solo cup emoji? Okay, I'll get you one. Not sure if this stream is covered or not, but why were the MSP using personal vehicles? They are all issued either four-wheel drive, AWV vehicles because we live in a snow state. Well, what's his name? Brian Albert was given a Ford Edge. But no, they all like their personal. They all say they're using their personal vehicles because of the four-wheel drive, so that's interesting. Ring says that Karen had no access. Paul, John's brother, say she didn't, and the niece and nephew, John said John controlled the cameras with his phone. Yep, essentially everybody testified that nobody else had access to it, except whoever had access to John's phone that morning. So we know that Carrie supposedly finds it. She gives it to the first responder, and then the first responders somehow get it to Proctor. Who is that middle person? I don't know. And so now we have Carrie, this first responder, Proctor, and Guarino are the four people we know that absolutely had the phone. And that one of those four would have to be the ones that would have deleted it. They say it's Karen that deleted it, but Karen had no access to it. And everybody's testified that Karen had no access to it. And then Buchanan testifies that there's nothing that showed that Karen was actually in it to delete anything. It's so bizarre. Yeah, it is. I agree. The whole thing is bizarre. I don't even know how this went to trial, to be honest with you. It's such a cluster. I'm like, I don't know how they did this. No, they do give they have the report of it being deleted, but they can't. It's not. This is that argument about that activity report, and Jackson saying, well, they said in the thing, they're telling you they sent it to you in an Excel spreadsheet, but now nobody seems to know where that is. And Buchanan's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I never had the spreadsheet. But Jenna had the phone at one point and got lost because she was calling it, and I remember. True. Well, if Carrie had the phone in the morning, then Jen could have had the phone in the morning. The footage was probably butt deleted. It probably was. Somebody put it in their pocket and butt deleted it. Like I said, from testimony, we know that 4 people had it. One, we don't know their name. Let's see. There's no red pieces shown. So here's another interesting little comment that he makes. So they're going over the video of when Karen is backing out of the garage and she bumps into John's car, and then she drives away. And so Lolly asks him, like, So do you see any pieces of like the red tail light? Get Proctor's answer. Proctor's answer says, he says, no, and we would have seen it because it would have contrasted against the white snow. And I make a comment to myself, yet they don't have any contrast at 34 Fairview. They had to wait for the snow to melt. And by that, I don't mean like from days, after the 29th. Why weren't the investigators that were on the scene that morning, all the first responders, when they find the broken glass and John's phone, why does nobody see this reflection because of the contrast of the white snow to the red pieces? Why didn't anybody find it that morning by 8 o'clock when they let the scene go? So like his own answer to the question made me go, wait a minute. Well, why didn't anybody see it then? If you're thinking that you would see this piece of tail light that's broken, we also don't know if it is cracked, and it's cracked enough as she continues to drive around and make all these other stops. We don't know that whatever small piece that we can't find, it doesn't fall off somewhere else. Like somebody just randomly finds some red piece of tail light somewhere else, and it probably ends up like in another crime scene, just like the glass did on this one. Photos of when they went and photographed the Chevy Traverse on the 3rd. Did not observe any damage on John's car. Close up, and most people are like, well, there'd be damage on both cars. Well, I'll tell you, I've been in a couple different accidents, and sometimes their car gets fucked up, and sometimes my car gets fucked up. So I don't know. Close-up photos of John's bumper, photos of John's garage door. I didn't know what the hell they were showing that for. Evidence bags, pieces of plastic. They show all the pieces of the different taillight. Says they do end up trying to get a second search warrant for Ring from January 30th to the 4th, because the first one they got, I think, was from like the 28th to the 29th or something like that. So they ended up getting a second one. They do confirm that the account was under John's email. Wasn't able to obtain an activity log of who did what. Doesn't have Karen arriving home, and it doesn't have Carrie, Jen, and Karen leaving the residence. And I put this because he tries to put in there some bullshit of like, it doesn't have the video of when Carrie, Jen, and Karen were looking at the taillight. Well, then why are you testifying that they did? Why are you testifying that they looked at the taillight? You have no fucking proof that they looked at the taillight unless you saw the video and know that that's what the video looked like and you deleted it. You know what I mean? Like, otherwise the comment should have been, it doesn't have Carrie, Jen, and Karen leaving the residence. But he's like, no, I'm going to add in, doesn't have them looking at the taillight. Well, you don't know that they fucking did. Unless you saw the video. So they go back and forth on this, like, what was happened with it. He does get the word deleted in there. There's an objection. It's sustained and stricken. But they don't have the log of who did what, which is interesting because then I would think that's probably going to show that John deleted it. And you can't have John deleting something if John is dead or John is dying in the snow. Yeah, Buchanan said the same thing. Yeah, not rehearsed at all. That's a great question, Chris. Some have speculated that. Yeah, they have photos and photos and photos of everything. Here, look at John's garage door, just for shits and giggles. We'll show you that, because we can't actually show you this taillight that we think is the most important piece of evidence. All the pictures and all the photos and all the videos that have anything to do with Karen's taillight from 12:24 in the morning to 5:07 when she backs into John's truck. There's nothing to show any of that. There's also nothing to show that it's only cracked or it's completely broken from 5:07, besides her pulling out, where it does look like it's just got like that little crack in it. In my opinion, I'm not an IT person, and I don't claim to be. To the time that there's photos taken in the Sallyport where the thing is fucking demolished. Let's see. So there's a couple of questions that Lolly asks him, and they don't ever really get any follow through. So they kind of confuse me. He asks him about he's like, do you remember on January 16th, 2024, there was some questions about the forensic housing? And he's like, no, I don't recall that. And so to like lay a foundation to get back to this question so he can answer it, Lolly starts saying like, well, prior to that, do you remember like you and Buchanan going to this certain place? And he's like, oh yeah, we voluntarily gave our DNA. So like he's going back to like why he did this, like why they voluntarily gave their DNA. So we know it's something to do with the housing unit, but he never goes back to what his actual question was. He says the sergeant took the swabs. They never had anything to do with it. They never kept the swabs. The sergeant took the swabs. But I'm still curious, like, so did something happen where their DNA ended up on the forensic housing unit and they went and gave swabs to show that? Something here about this in January. He says they interviewed witnesses. Other troopers were interviewing other witnesses without him. They were always in pairs. They go into how he knew Julie, Chris, and Colin. They were the only witnesses that he knew prior to doing these interviews. He said Courtney Proctor is his sister and his best friend, and they talk like 5 or 6 times a day. I'm like, that is a lot. He says that he interviewed Julie and Chris sometime in February with Buchanan. He had never been to any Albert residence. He would consider Julie and Chris to be acquaintances. You know, he's seen him at his sister's house. He's seen him at his mom's house. He told Buchanan and Tully about his relationship with the Alberts, and nobody had a problem with it and said it had his relationship with the Alberts being acquaintances had zero impact on the investigation. Did not matter. It was zero impact. John's garage door would it not close, or did she just not close it? I thought she just didn't close it because she was just in a hurry. But Jen tells him when he interviews her that she knew Courtney, and he then tells his sister that just after that. Right. Yeah, I know your sister. Yeah, but they don't give it until January of 2024. They don't give it till this year. And I don't know what he was connecting that to go with the housing. So I'm wondering if that's still something that's going to come up. Just something to keep an eye on. Yeah, Jen said it was open when they got there. Yeah, but I'm wondering when Karen left at 5:07, would it not close, or did she just not close it? I do not think Karen's going to take the stand. As of right now, I do not think Karen needs to take the stand. That could change. Well, I mean, we haven't even gotten to the big guns yet of the ones that I personally been waiting for. I mean, these are interesting, but they're not the end all be all. I think the medical examiner, who I think he calls a whack job, even though he denies that, I think he's talking about her, and the reconstructionist. It wouldn't close. Okay. When she left at 5:07, it wouldn't close. Yeah, they're real close. Are they like Angelina Jolie and her brother kind of close? He says it wasn't closed all the way because there was snow, which is later. So I'm wondering, what 5:07 as the whole thing about the garage door. Would it not close? Was something wrong with the door, or did she just not close it? Because that's how the snow gets in, and then that's why it's open when, or not closed all the way when Jen's there. Because I don't know, maybe it already had snow in it. I don't know. Maybe she didn't close it all night. Now it had snow in it. Maybe it wouldn't close. Yeah, he was like, no, John would have been pissed if it had snow in there, so I was cleaning it out for him. All right. So now we get to the text messages, which we've already been talking about, but I'll do a little read through anyway. So these are the texts between himself and his friends from high school and junior high, and one of his friends lives in Tennessee. And these are the texts from the 29th. So his Tennessee friend is talking about brandishing a gun more often or something dumb. He says, BPD cop John O'Keefe, he took custody of his sister's kids, goes through the ages, says he's in his mid-40s. One of the people sends a Facebook link to John O'Keefe, or to John O'Keefe's page, I'm assuming, or to his photo. I don't know. And he says, I don't have Facebook anymore, so I can't access that. He said, this one is a nightmare. The Tennessee friend said, sure, the owner of the house will receive some shit. Proctor says, nope, owner is a Boston cop too. Remember, this is all the night of the 29th, and this is more the timing of these messages is more important almost than what the messages even are. Nope, he's a Boston cop too. Well, why wouldn't he be getting some shit? Proctor says she waffled him, looked at his body, and he was banged up. Friend said, so the owner of the house, and I don't know if he said a woman cop. I was going to ask you guys what you thought he said there. Friend said, so the owner of the house was a woman cop? Or what kind of cop? I could not understand what he said about the message. So you guys tell me if you heard something different. Because I was like, a woman cop that beat him up was another cop? I don't know. Sometimes the accent, and then he was looking down all the time, and he's just so like, I don't want to look anybody in the eye. So I don't know what he actually called this cop. So the owner of the house was a something cop that beat him. Proctor says, that's what I initially thought after I talked to the Canton paramedic. Okay, you guys did hear woman. You guys did hear woman too. Okay, it was a woman cop that beat him. Proctor says, that's what I initially thought after I talked to the Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy. So this is interesting too, because this is, remember, the 29th. He said, after I talked to the Canton paramedic. The Canton paramedic is Flametti. And remember, they're trying to say that they realized that it was a DV act, something DV because of what Flametti said. But at this point, they already know that the house belongs to Brian Albert. Okay, Patty says, I'm behind in replay, but criminality, the IV could not have caused the bruised hands because by the time he was in ambulance hospital, he had been outside sub-zero temps and his core temp never rose. So it wouldn't have caused those? Yeah, I didn't know that, Patty. That's interesting. I know that, what's his name? My gosh. Joseph Scott Morgan said that he thought it was probably from the IVs. So we'll see what happens. Notice none of these guys say Katie told them that, but Flametti. Nunya says, pretty sure he didn't say woman, Boston cop. He doesn't say Boston cop, though. Does he say Boston? Maybe. All right, I'll try to go back and listen to that. I don't know. Maybe I'll turn on the closed captions. You know what? I actually think I have it up right now. I don't think I'm... What the heck? Whoa. Hey. Random shit starts playing. All right, let's see. I don't know where I'm at in this. I was trying to...
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Mechanic approached the home at any point prior to the Dighton police showing up?
I can't recall if... No, they had arrived first before we...
Pipe down. I don't want to listen to you. Well, I do, but just not that part.
Kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more
it's gonna
prominent or more common to be carried around there.
That's your response. There's another response above that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
That's your response. There's another response above that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Not always.
Skipping down a couple, you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
Oh man, that's
and following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Now, the next
Coming up
message below that, as
here.
far as indication of mid-40s, what is that?
His age. I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link. John O'Keefe.
Yep.
529 at the top.
What's that? Don't have the book.
Saying that.
Wait, why are we going to sidebar?
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to be?
All right, hold on.
Sure.
That's your mind. Still on the vote.
Procedure, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper, if I could direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you.
Somebody with her name definitely is, yeah. It's been in law crime quite a few times, commenting.
And below that text stating what's that, I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is
Shit.
it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet to 2532.
Bob would be yelling at the keyboard. We can't pick on Bob. He doesn't feel well right now.
And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
Did
A
have
friend
the
who lives in
Facebook.
Tennessee.
Did have the book.
And
Until
what
we
does it
realized
say in
people
that
were
text?
screenshotting it.
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
Okay, it's coming up
And
here.
you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
And what, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the home?
Anything?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533. And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number,
Mhm.
What does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection is sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
Now, turn your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could, again, just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Can paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
Yeah, so a woman cop that beat him. He did say woman. There's a woman cop that beat him. And he says, that's what I initially thought after talking to the paramedic. Then I saw the guy. So is he saying that he initially thought that Karen was a cop? There's a woman cop that beat him. So what does waffled mean? And Proctor says she hit him with her car. The guy in Tennessee says that's fucked up. And Proctor says intentional or not. And then the other guy says he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. Proctor says, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. They arrived together, got in an argument, and she was driving and left. So not going to be able to prove it. Not going to be able to prove she saw him or didn't see him. So here's another one. I'll play this for you guys too. Here's another one of those weird parts because it says, what's the name of the Canton cop that was involved? And then he cannot fucking answer this question at all. Cannot answer the question. It goes all kinds of haywire. And when they find, this is when the HTML thing comes up. He ends up coming back and saying that he responded with biffed. So let me go back over here real quick. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Where the hell did that screen go? There it is.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Speed that up a little bit.
Referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed
To there,
responded, she hit him with her car.
and the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Hold on.
What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just
Do you think
indicate
that she hit him after he was down?
who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
Steven, it's my life.
I will speak out loud or out of turn.
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's
I
speaking.
understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No, just after the,
This is when
gotcha,
Bob
he
is
was
starting to
frozen
get
in the
fucking
driveway,
super
correct, Mr.
irritated with
Jackson?
him.
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other
Right here.
one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point to him?
He never, ever goes back to that question. What's the name of the Canton cop, the other one that was involved? They never go back to that question. So what the hell is he talking about? What's the name of the Canton cop, the other cop that was involved? Because he already told him that Brian Albert was a Boston cop. So he's not talking about Brian Albert. So how does his friend know to ask him anything about a Canton cop that the other that was involved? I think Kevin, but how does the friend know to ask that?
So,
Respond to that.
gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr.
Yeah.
Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
What's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton, the other one involved? Do you think he just screws up and he actually means Boston cop living in Canton? Maybe. But I don't know. That was weird. And there's no follow-up to the answer to that question. And this is when everything just goes all into chaos, and he starts talking about random
respond to that,
responses,
sir.
and the judge has to get involved.
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point to
Lolly laughs, or Jackson laughs. He's like, okay, it's not
So,
an
sir, bottom of
objection.
page 2535, you have a response, is that correct?
He can't find it. He has no idea where it is. He has to speed through this.
Correct.
It was
And
so
what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
he repeats something he already read.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy.
So I understand. So Mr. Lally,
He
why don't you go point to
refuses
your
to
witness?
find the
Yes.
answer to that question, or he's just not finding it. Lolly's pointing out stuff, and it still doesn't come out. Now there's some other random ass answer.
Okay. It's a HTML link. Whiteout / Proctor iCloud / group chat Feb 2022. So you point it?
What you're pointing at? Is that what you're pointing at? No, it's not what I'm fucking pointing
Can I
at.
see what you have, please?
You can tell, like, let me just see the damn paper.
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
It's like, yeah, this fucking guy
So,
can't
sir, what
find
I'm
it.
asking about is bottom of page 2535, 26.
Well, Rafferty was a cop at
2535.
the time.
You indicated Biff, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Rita struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Yeah, biffed.
Now,
Did you
sir,
hear that? Sorry, I was talking.
Like a
over
director-
you.
For their vehicle.
correct? 2535. You indicated Biff, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean?
So she says, Lolly, just read the response. Just read it. Just read the response because this guy can't fucking find it. And so Lolly says, you said biffed. Well, the question that you asked Lolly was what his response was to the Canton police officer that was also involved that lived in Canton. I know biffed. I was like, wait a minute, I know that word. His friends didn't even know it. So he moves on to a completely different conversation. This happens so many times on the direct examination of this guy. This made me go like, Lolly doesn't even want to be questioning him. He's like, just fucking read the stupid messages that you said that are going to fuck up my whole case. Just read them. And so I can get you out of here, and I don't want anything to do with you. Biffed is like, yeeted, or like, biffed. Hit him. Yeeted. I think yeeted is the new word for biffed. No, yeeted might be thrown. I don't know. Yeah. Back to the Future, he's a biff. So I don't know. Multiple times Lolly asks a question. This guy doesn't answer. They just move on like the question never existed. And I'm like, I'd kind of like to know what you're talking about. So I'm hoping Jackson caught some of these things so that, like, when we get the rest across tomorrow, we can get some clarification on what the hell. So who's this other Canton cop you're talking about? Is it a mistake on the friend's part and it's actually the Boston cop that lives in Canton? Is he talking about a Canton cop? What other messages that are in here would actually be important for us to know? That's kind of where I'm at with it. Well, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sure he did. Especially now. The other positive for that is he's had a whole day to sit down and go back through that direct testimony and come up with even more than what he would have caught just sitting in the courtroom and having to do it immediately. See, I don't speak rodent. Then yeah, you make chats more fun. It's true. You actually, and you create that side, the whole side diversion of how we ended up down the fucking hole of the detour. Who the fuck is the Tennessee friend? Did a Massachusetts cop transfer there recently? I don't know. He says it's his friends from high school and junior high. So I don't know if these guys are also cops, if they were cops prior. I don't know. I thought yeeted meant kicked out. I think yeeted means thrown. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not down with the new lingo. Biffed means hit. Like wipe out. I don't know, not a sexual term. Well, not that I'm aware of. I don't know. Who knows? There's also stuff that comes out that I didn't even know that he has to say. So I guess we'll just listen to this on 2 times speed instead of me reading them. I think it'll probably be better. We'll just go through this little mini part because otherwise I'm going to end up coming back anyway. So
That Miss Rita struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537. Now, do you see a response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29, 2022 at 11:04 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you read that response to the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Ms. Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
There'll be some serious charges brought against the girl. He's already said he can't prove whether she saw him, didn't see him, what happened. They have no idea whether these taillight pieces that are found are actually from her. They keep talking about this broken glass that, you know, is supposedly found on the car. These are from January 29th and February 1st. Like this is that time frame. He doesn't have anything to prove that she did anything. And he's also said what he thinks happened, he can't prove.
And you have two responses from friends, same friends, at the bottom of that page, 2537. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please. Trooper Proctor, jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending 5051. Got to be. I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least.
Hold on. So here, another comment that he makes that there's not actually a question for, but why is the friend talking about what the internal affairs department of the BPD is going to try to get out there? How does that even come into play? If he's saying, is this friend still under the impression that this is a woman cop? That this was really confusing to me, because I was like, why is the BPD doing an internal affairs investigation, and why does this person on there think that the BPD would be doing an internal affairs investigation of a woman who was dating a guy who died? Is the compelling evidence in the room with us now, because we don't see it? He kind of actually does. The jury couldn't hear him. I also heard from a whole bunch of people that were in the courtroom that they couldn't hear him either, like the reporters and stuff. They said he was talking very low.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a number series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep. So these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
Get him,
So
Brett.
don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. Though, no ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there? Why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about Mr. Homeowner, Mr. Albert.
From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Whose accounts? At this point, in this conversation he's having on the 29th, he's talked to Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert. So the person who would actually be the person he's referring to is saying he didn't do anything wrong. And this guy's just like, well, he says he didn't do anything wrong. So he's like, by all accounts of Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, he didn't do anything wrong. But Karen's saying, hey, I left him there, and now he's dead. Oh, Brian, no kidding, Ed. He absolutely is the worst. He's the worst witness. This is why they didn't want him on there. I know Paranormal, I love that she forced me. She's like, sir, these are your words. These are your words. You're going to say them. You're not going to try to spell them out.
I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Ms. Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not
How does it prove that he had nothing to do with his death?
proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Piece of shit.
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. There's a photograph that's shared within this text communication. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possible.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Ms. Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question, is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nutbag, as chief would say.
Nutbag.
I also respond with, she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
So I didn't know what that was. Jay had to kind of explain it. Yeah, it's got a leaky balloon knot that leaks poo. This is what he's telling his friends.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
Again, to misread some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made that I'm not proud of.
As far as attitudes
Again, that was
within
Terry
these
Roberts,
text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding these?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
May I approach this retreat?
Yeah, as the chief would say. He's saying that the chief would refer to people as nutbags. The nutbag.
Yes.
Yep.
Now, Trooper Proctor, contained within, we've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those, are there communications that you had with members of the Yannetti Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Yannetti Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police officers and to set up a conference room where those interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers are not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I had reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
May I approach?
Yes.
Lolly tries to like calm some of the really bad stuff by throwing random shit right in the middle.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
Oh,
That's
I
your
didn't-
sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet, as far as a first message sent date and time, last message sent date and time, what is indicated on this first?
First message sent date time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
It's a great point.
8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similarly to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
A text message from my sister.
What does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of my mother had a stomach bug.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2667.
I wonder if
These are
Sleepy.
text messages from
Sleepy,
January
are you
29th,
Can you read
2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney. Correct?
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "I just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning."
Yeah. So what did he find frozen to death on? What is
So
he?
just
even
interviewed
say
Jenna
there?
McCabe, said she knows.
Hold on.
I respond, "I just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this
Just found a frozen to death. Like what? I just found a frozen to death.
morning." Actually just interviewed Jenna McCabe, said she knows you,
And they knows you. Who are you referring to?
my sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
cut the shit. I responded to you. It was a typo correction with my response to you.
Yeah. He fills in stuff that nobody fucking cares. What did you actually say in that sentence? What did you find on the front lawn? What did you actually say? He clearly skipped the word on purpose. So what is he calling John? And why does he not want to say what he called John?
She responded, yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie. My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, you still working, question mark. I said, yeah, going to be out for a while, homicide.
As far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time, on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases of my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
Innocent.
I'm turning your attention to the next page, 269. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who was talking, what the content is.
All right.
No way.
My sister starts off.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find that. Say Boston Herald? Is that what you said? No. Ah, shit. They're the ones who did the one with Jen McCabe on it, too. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, I don't see it. I don't see it. Do you have it, Susan? Can you send it? The Court TV Facebook page? Okay, let me go look. The one with Jen was beautiful too. Court TV. No, I don't want Court TV. What am I doing? Facebook. Now, Susan, I'm not sure if I have the book anymore. I may have to take a screenshot. You guys all use the book still? Why don't I see it? I don't see it on their Facebook page either. Can you send it to me? Send it, Susan. I've seen you on the book.
The Can't thing is a homicide. I respond, this is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone. She said, of course not. I respond, and at the very least, it's suspicious. She responds, this is your livelihood. And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them.
Okay, Boston Herald webpage on the bottom right corner. Okay, I'll look there. Thank you, Water Loving Dog. Good to see you. I don't think they can hear, Robin. That's the only thing, is because like the jury's apparently complaining they can't hear. The journalists that were there saying it was very hard to hear him. I'm not sure that they can, how well they're hearing him, or if it's like they think that maybe they're not hearing a word that he says, so he's kind of just skipping it. I don't know.
Sure. These are messages from February 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one of the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, what's up? She responded, nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond, get Elizabeth one. Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this. And then she writes, Elizabeth, question mark. I respond with, she's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded, yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop.
Right there, he should have said, tell her no gifts. We cannot accept gifts. Instead, it's all he just like, oh yeah, tell her to get Elizabeth one. And his response to this is, we never received one. We never asked for one. We never received one. My wife never asked for one, never received one. No, what you're supposed to do right there is say, no, please tell her don't do that. It would be inappropriate.
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you have received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
How would you describe this context of this conversation, or why that's being discussed at this time?
Again, I don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry to pause it again, but his sister's like, no, this is like your livelihood. I would never put that in danger. Like, I won't say anything to anybody about what you've told me, but I'll get you gifts from witnesses in a murder investigation. So dumb.
The thought process of my sister and Julie, as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
Same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676. And again, if I could ask you to start at the top of the page and read through and just indicate as far as who's speaking and what they're talking.
I said, we write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case. My sister responded, no, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works. I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. I'm stunned, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though. My sister responds, yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting? She responded with, ha, ha, ha. And then I responded, yep. And then my sister responded with, okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home.
Hey, Proctor?
Yes.
Why did her and her mom not want to go home? I thought that was kind of weird too. Mom and I just don't want to go home. I sent a screenshot to your messenger. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Let me see. Here it is. Thank you for sending it. Proctor exam. She's a babe. She's a whack job. Trooper testimony reveals crude language reference to nudes. There you go. I think that was a dig at, I think so. I think it was a dig at the wife. I think she's talking shit about the wife. But I don't know. But he also says, like, yeah, she was stuck with the kids. I mean, I don't know. I thought it was a dig at the wife. The Boston Herald is like becoming one of my favorites. Look at Bev's face. She's so over this. She's so over this. This is a good one. At least they didn't put in there any of and this is even the really bad stuff that he said. Wonder if his mom will frame that. Maybe make a copy for her second family. Bev hates him, I know. Bev is not a Proctor fan at all.
Hey, Coach Winstrom?
Yes.
I'm going to document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Private
what is wife's name?
messages.
Elizabeth.
These are private messages between my wife and I.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that text chain?
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say? Who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife waiting to lock this whack job up.
And what are you referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife, why is it?
again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent. I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and something I'm not proud of the language I used.
Coach Rodrigo.
Yes. So Trooper Proctor, the jurors can't hear you. So speak directly into your microphone the way I'm doing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
She's like, you want me to show you how? Maybe come over there and I'll put the fucking microphone right down your throat. Oh, Amy, yeah, no problem. It's in this video. We read him at the beginning of this one. Oh yeah, she's totally defending him. I'm so proud of him. And we're harassed all the time. Do you think the FBI found any nudes on Proctor's phone?
Okay.
Beth is for sure going to turn the AC off tomorrow. I wonder if she'll give him the warning like right at the beginning. She'll be like, Mr. Proctor, you're going to need to speak up or we're going to have to turn off the air conditioner. And we do not want to do that. Oh my gosh, did you guys see the, I don't know if it's on anything else. I think I saw it on Twitter. The girl who, I swear to God, she's like related to Aunt Bev. I think she's probably Bev's daughter. She sounds just like her. Have you guys all seen that? If you guys haven't seen it, I'll find it because it's hilarious. She sounds literally just like her. Make him sweat. He's up there sweating as he's reading his messages. It could explain a few things.
Thank you. You want to make Coach Woods?
Yes.
On the document, sir. Before I get into that, though, if I could turn your attention back to some of the comments on the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame in the language that you used, what sort of information have you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language in your, particularly in your descriptions of the defendant?
So this is, 16, 18 hours later, and I conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never went into Fairview Road. We knew there was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Miss Reed's statements when Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed her, her broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene, the compelling evidence pointing directly at Miss Reed as she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So if I could turn your attention to the documents before you, do you recognize those?
I do.
And as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who were the participants listed?
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the
DeChico is
same unit, in the
also
same
on
police,
the
is that correct?
Correct.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
I'm going to pause this so I can play this for you guys.
Maureen Hancock. We're here in casting for auditions for Canton Confidential, and our first actor is Maureen Hancock. Please state your name and tell us what role you're auditioning for.
Maureen Hancock. I'm auditioning for the role of Judge Beverly Cannoni.
Whenever you're ready.
That's what I'm thinking about.
Jurors, I'm going to instruct you when you leave here, you're not to talk to anyone, see anybody, do anything. You are going to stay in your little house with your little stupid dog, okay? Mr. Jackson, ask it differently. Mr. Yannetti, we talked about this at sidebar. None of this conversation. Can you answer that? Can you answer that? Sustained. Mr. Jackson, ask it differently. We're going to take a break now. We're going to take 5 breaks today. And I'm going to go down to my Cape house. We're going to go till the end of June, okay? And defense says they're going to present their case in 4 days. I don't believe it, okay? Ask it differently, Karen. Stop rolling your eyes, okay? Jurors, do you need to stretch? Do you need to take a break? Because I do. It's hot in here. Speak up, Mr. Lally. Speak up. We can't hear you. And I'm going to have to turn off the air conditioners. It's really hot in here. I'm sick of this.
And thank you. Thank you for coming in today. Thank you.
Is she not perfect? She's perfect. Like, if they ever do make a movie, they need her. This woman right here needs to be Judge Bev. She's like a younger version of her. It's absolutely hilarious, and she sounds just like her. It's like, Mr. Lolly, they have to turn off the air conditioner. This is so freaking funny. I love it. They need to find other ones that can do like Jackson and Yannetti, and do like a whole thing of it. I know whoever she is, she needs to be in this chat. She's amazing. Just come up on panel and tell us how you feel about Judge Beth.
We're buddies, we all together, hang outside of work, fuck.
I missed it.
Beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper Chico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
Chico, yeah.
We're buddies, we go all together, hang outside of work, our kids play together, so I'd say, we're friends.
Now, within the...
Would you take a picture in a hot tub with the Chico? That's what we need to know. That's how we'll know if you're actually friends with Julie and Chris Albert or just acquaintances, or with Mr. DeChico. Do you have pictures in a hot tub?
Again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent, date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain?
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico. Is that fair to say?
You guys are so
Yes.
funny.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632. And these are text messages starting on April 28th, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
Is she?
Sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28th, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury, and please indicate who is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I start out without a doubt. He's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting
Right
that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I
Okay, so pay attention to the wording that he uses here, because I swear he calls the ME a whack job. And when asked who he's referring to, he tries to say that he's talking about Karen. Karen doesn't have anything to do with this part of it, though. I mean, she does, but you know what I mean.
had two conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough, should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications, or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is a medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Our office, it's kind of a little locker room.
Hold on, wait for the ambulance and then speak up. The jurors can't hear you way back where the court officer's standing.
That's like, just shut up for a second. And then when you talk, speak up.
So like I said, the ME stands for medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Because I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Buchanan and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what it transpired, which is common. You know, even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office. Even if it's a suicide or overdose, always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper DeChico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Rowley.
Now, as far as attending the autopsy, is that something that typically someone within your office would do, within your unit would do with regard to?
Okay, so I'll pause it right here because you guys are asking kind of the same question. So the MEs will take into consideration the parts of the investigation. They are supposed to like meet and kind of go over, you know, particular things of like, okay, this is what you guys have investigated, but like for manner of death, you know, sometimes it's, especially like he's saying, even especially with homicide, like they kind of want to know the circumstances. It's not unusual. Now, should they have any influence? No, it's just a collab of the people looking at the evidence. And if they have something that she may go, okay, well, that does make sense. So let's say they find a murder weapon and they're like, let's go take it in. They go talk to the medical examiner, and she's like, yes, this actually matches perfectly to this wound that I found here. Like it is. They do collab, but no, they should not have any influence. So how he's kind of talking about it is his friend, DeChico, the other trooper, is saying, you pulled a rookie move. Like, why didn't you go into this meeting with the ME? You should have been in there, because another trooper actually goes in and has this meeting, and he's defending himself, and he's like, hey, Buchanan and I, we already had 2 conference calls with this woman. We've laid out everything that we had, and she knew. She already knew. So having another trooper go in and have this meeting shouldn't have been a big deal. And then DeChico, of course, he's like, well, if I would have gone in, we would have got it ruled a homicide. Well, no, you wouldn't have, because the evidence is still the evidence. So this is what he's saying. Like, we're just taking jabs at each other. Like, he could have done better than I did. Well, technically, that's where the line is. You guys don't have any say. So you're literally just presenting evidence to her that you've done in your investigation, and that's it. And that's it. It's just communication.
Sort of death investigation.
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
And so as far as Trooper Chico's reference to you not going in, or
Keefe is the one that he's saying had diarrhea.
I believe Trooper Chico was referring to in that message.
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper Chico bust each other's chops. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and then other communications that you have?
Basically just, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by saying, texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
And as far as your interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper Chico.
May I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
His face blue, not a leaking poo.
May I approach room?
Yes.
Another document asking, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Text messages between myself and Trooper Chico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could read the contents of those messages contained there. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I said, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job.
Right there. Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. So how would it being undetermined have anything to do with Karen Reed? Like, she was just so good at it. She was so good at hitting him because she's such a good whack job that, of course, she made it undetermined. Like, that doesn't even fucking make sense.
Trooper Chico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell's inconclusive about the whole thing?"
Yeah. He responds about the ME.
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
Lolly doesn't believe it.
Now, as far as the undetermined of what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or the context of this conversation?
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, who do you believe you're referring to?
For real.
Again, Reed or the medical examiner?
Miss Reed.
He even knows. He's like, no, you weren't, you fucking liar. You even got Lolly not believing you. Shit's really bad. Nah, son. I know. Hi, KO. I know. Yeah. He's a piece of shit. None of us believe it. No one believes. No one believes you, Proctor. had a feeling. I think they were too. Come on, Jackson. 1 second. Here, let's fast forward you. Ah.
I think just
Was Proctor's lawyer there? If he has one, they didn't talk about it, and normally they do. Hey, Scotty Skulls.
The documents, you those look up when you finish. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kokowski.
And Trooper Gaskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent date and time and the last message sent date and time.
Yeah.
First message sent date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kakowski, and Trooper Chico,
494.
fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kaskowski, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Santa.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644.
Hi, Seth. I miss you.
If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, and see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. You know, I may approach just to point out.
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time.
If you like women who shit themselves.
Again, sir, what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645.
A regrettable comment.
And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at age 7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera.
Okay, why? I have this question for you guys too. Why is the only fucking thing on body worn camera Buchanan when he's bringing her in or when he's processing her after she's indicted by the grand jury? Why is there not a single flippin' interview done with any witness or anything at the crime scene of them finding any of this evidence? Why do they not have body worn cameras on? Where are their body worn cameras at that time? He's like, thank gosh, that's caught on body worn camera. No, how about the fact that why aren't you wearing a body worn camera when you're standing at the back of the SUV? Where are the rest of them? Yeah, they now we know they have them. Nanya, I think you know that answer. He's a real prize. Oh yeah. Fucking winner. And then his wife's like, I love you. You're great. I don't know how this guy has a job. Yeah, no interviews recorded, no searches filmed. They just don't have anything. And I'd be curious if they actually did and they just got rid of all of it.
Trooper Kakowski responds, that's her, smoke. Trooper Kakowski again, what'd she say? I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh, fuck her, bitch.
Fuck her a bitch. How does that make fuck her a bitch?
Thanks, sir. Can I approach you, Retriever?
Yes.
Sir, with reference to that last bit as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you.
Right.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Video interviews are all in Delphi. Oh, shit. They're really screwed then. A badge button.
May I approach?
Yes.
Another set of documents. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper David Chico, and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan.
Two of
And
those
what is the
are
first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2682.
I think the only dress code they have is to not wear anything that says
You
free.
see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti, appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Sorry, should I go with the date and time again, please?
Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
I know that DeChico's
Yes.
on the
See, there's
list.
like
I
sort of
think
three responses
Fanning
from
might
you. I am
also be on
You
the
could
list.
just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, with reference to the investigation at this point,
Retarded client's
you're
phone.
talking about his client's phone. Who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
And with regards to the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17th, 2022 in regards to Ms. Reed's phone?
So after
No, they're too busy playing grab ass, Amy. They like to play grab ass and poke fun at each other and just, give jabs and then, make jokes about looking for nudes. I still want to know what he calls John when he says, I found something, blank frozen. Still want to know what he says about that. And then they're over here going like, making fun of each other and talking shit about how they would have gotten the medical examiner to do something different when it came to another officer's death. You don't ever hear any of these guys talking about like how fucking sad it is that John's dead. One of his friends in that friend text group at the very beginning is the only one who's like, man, that's really fucking sad. Like, he's the only one who says anything about it. These guys are laughing and having a good old time with the whole thing. And I get it. I get you become very desensitized. I mean, shit, I think we do even in social media, when it comes to a lot, like when we talk about this stuff so much. So I'm not saying that that's not going to happen. I absolutely know it is. But you don't hear anything about actually solving this case. You hear, nope, she did it. We're gonna get her for it, and that's it. And then we're gonna make fun of her.
obtaining a search warrant from Miss Reed's phone, we weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023.
You, Amy.
Troopers in my
Well,
office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches. That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some text between an attorney and Miss Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisor aware of those communications.
I do not believe you.
Now, just in reference to what you just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Garino, and where did it go?
Trooper Garino essentially hooks it up to a device called Grey Key, where it tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29, 2022, until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for nudes or anything like that in regards to the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Miss Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature. More evidence contained within the phone.
Then why even make the comment?
And so, sir, you mentioned at some point you came across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so, as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th between Ms. Reed and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us, as well as defense received a copy of that as well.
I know
On the time.
proper procedures
It was
and
quite a
protocols.
long turnaround for that process to have be completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
So another thing that I noticed, though, and I don't know if you guys picked up on this either, how most of the cops that are on the stand, they refer to Karen as the defendant. I mean, they even had it down to where the kids were referring to her as a defendant, the niece and nephew. So, but Proctor never refers to her as the defendant. He always refers to her as Miss Reed, like almost like an opposite effect, like try to humanize yourself with her so that you don't come across so crass. So he constantly refers to her as Miss Reed instead of the defendant.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thanks, sir. I have no further questions.
All right, so I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross.
I will go through to his just for a hot minute. His isn't very long anyway, because we're going to see the most of his tomorrow.
Summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone.
Oh, yeah.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico. Is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Butnick, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kotskowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again.
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
All right, all the consonants are silent. Fair enough. Trooper Fanning and Trooper Butnick are your supervisors.
Yes.
And you were bragging to all five of them
Really?
that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Ms. Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I use regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph of my
And is it normal that he would be going through her physical phone? Why wouldn't they have already extracted it? Like he said that they took him a long time, but why wouldn't he just be going through like the extraction? Why would he be going through her physical phone? I don't know. That just seems odd to me. So like he had to go back to the evidence place and get it from the data guy to actually go through her phone.
colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
It's bad. I
Same
know.
document. Your Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
I thought I gave him back to you.
You'd received a photograph. Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would ask that this document be marked as next in order.
Right.
Assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Still Lally.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
All right. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DeChico, and Yuri Buchanan?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
All
He
right, I
also
see
had
you.
John's physical phone, and that's why he went through the ring footage. Again, I don't want to interrupt your cross with a sidebar, but I'm going to interrupt your cross with a sidebar. I don't think this one's very long, though. Maybe it is.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy briefly? Sure. Thank you. You see that, gentlemen?
I do, sir.
Is that the
So this is the photo of Yannetti that they were sending back and forth. I'm wondering what it says. Do we know what this says? Is this a photo that's like known? Because I don't remember ever seeing it. He said that the stuff that he got from the search warrant from Ring was the same as the videos that were on John's phone, that matched John's phone. He said to begin with that the reason he requested Ring was because he had John's phone and it had the Ring app on it with the videos. So that's why he requested a search warrant for it. And that's not verbatim. You'd have to go back and actually listen to exactly how it said. But he got the search warrant for Ring because it was on John's phone. But I'm curious about this picture. Does anybody know what that is? We'll see if we can find it. But it's definitely got some writing on it. I don't know if that's just like a news clip. Like, are they? I mean, they're laughing at it. Buchanan responds with a laugh react. So I'm trying to figure out like what it says. Is it funny? Oh, does he say it?
photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph from Mr. Yannetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I didn't think he said it.
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir, yes.
Who's the retarded client?
I was referring to Miss Reed, again, unprofessional language.
I'm asking who you're referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
you got an explanation. Who was it you're referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator. The person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
After you referred to my client as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's all right.
Let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if he was absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about it now? Sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
I'll let it stand.
See Karen's face.
Truly, yes. I don't know if he was absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about it now? Sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
I'll let it stand.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had stopped.
Except for Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses. Did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
Did not know.
It did not.
No,
As a matter of fact, what
That's
did you
okay.
write after you talked about going through the quote retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No news so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
When you said that to your bosses,
Yes, sir.
you were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed
You
on a
literally
Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos on anyone's phones.
She said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Right. I said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
So this is a citizen. She's a woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues and Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask again.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Bev's like, Jackson, I have to sustain it if you do it like that. Like, come on.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out. But from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your, Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again,
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photo, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photo, sir.
You were successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I stopped looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
To be clear, when you sent those text messages on that group chat, those text messages included, as we said, or as you said, not one, but two of your supervisors, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so
Well, earlier, Jackson, what'd you tell her? What'd you tell her?
Trooper Fanning or Trooper Buchanan dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation. Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
As a matter of fact, in reference to one of the text messages in the same string, your boss, Yuri Buchanan, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Yannetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Right there. Yeah.
He did, sir.
That's what we had.
After you received the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow this, but not too many.
Sure. Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
685.
That's correct.
And Yuri Buchanan liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Didn't he?
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or, yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
Thank you.
What do you see on the top of that page?
That Sergeant Buchanan liked it.
Like what?
Going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yep.
My copy.
There you go.
His boss, the guy on the stand this morning, or not
So your
this
supervisors
morning,
at
but morning
Massachusetts
of
State
this.
Police not only didn't ride you for making comments like this, encouraged it.
Objection.
Sustained.
He did.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that your conduct was a misuse of your
Yeah.
authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stone District clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Did it?
Did
Say
it?
anything about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of any good investigation, as you've been taught and others in Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes,
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Basically,
Agrees.
you follow the evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
Correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
Literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's heard it. He already said it.
It's especially important early in an investigation, before all of the facts are known, that the investigator is not compromised by bias or prejudice, right?
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right, so folks, we're off tomorrow.
Absolutely not. Yeah. Except for somehow that night you happened to already know all this evidence was, and she was gonna, you guys were gonna throw the book at her, but you weren't sure what you were actually gonna be able to prove because you didn't actually know. Travis says, I anticipate a lot more questions skirting around possible abuse of power, exceeding the scope of the warrant, etc., in order to try and get him to invoke the fifth. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. So for me, we went back and we went through the opening statements, and, Lolly does this ginormous family tree. So I guess you could say, yeah, he was telling the truth about this ginormous family tree. But for the most part of anything he actually talks about the case, he has not done any of that yet in the trial. He has not proven any of the things he says about this case in the trial. Now, Yannetti did the opening statement for the defense, and he talks about a lot of different pieces. And in part of it, he's talking about these messages. And now they've proven to be accurate. And not only are they proven to be accurate, they actually have the trooper who made the comments reading the messages for the jury. I think that is extremely impactful. Obviously, I am not one of the 12 who gets to make the decision. But to me, it's like, wait a minute. That one guy at the beginning of this said, this guy said this stuff. And now here he is reading them verbatim, and it's much worse than what that guy even said it was going to be. The one thing also that hasn't been brought up yet is where Proctor, supposedly, which we haven't got to yet in these messages, says that he hopes that Karen just kills herself. So Lolly didn't bring that message up. So I'm assuming that we're going to hear that tomorrow from Jackson as well. So he would be held in contempt and forced to answer. That ship has sailed. You think? I think that he could still do it on a particular question, but I don't know. I think it also, whatever they're talking about at sidebar when it comes to him, because he is under investigation already, and I know that they were doing a few things to kind of protect Higgins when it came to that federal investigation also. So I don't know. Lolly didn't bring up the nudes either. Yeah, so like so I'm like, we're gonna hear that. I think it's Jackson. I think Jackson's gonna pull all this together and make sure that every piece of it is heard by everybody in that courtroom, because Proctor is purposely trying to be like, nope, nope, nope. I don't want anybody to hear what I have to say. I'm just gonna look down and not read very loudly, and I'm gonna skip words. And you think it's gonna be an all-day thing? I was wondering what you guys thought about that. Do you think that Proctor will take all day with him? I don't know if he's going to need to. I don't know if he's going to need to. Proctor's really dug a hole. I don't know if he's going to need to take the whole day with them. So let's see if how many of those other guys are on this witness list. I remember seeing DeChico. It's the only one I can remember off the top of my head. Over here. Why does it not want me to have my page? There it is. Okay, so we have Proctor, there's Clark, here's Keefe. He's the one that, oh shoot, I don't want to highlight that. He's the one that had the meeting with the medical examiner. Here's the Chico. Here's Moore. There's Dunn. Tully's not on that message. Brent is where he went somewhere with Brent. I don't remember where he went now, but he went somewhere with Brent. DeCastro, P. Benson. No, not all of them are on here. Banning's not on here. So Moore and DeChico. And then obviously Buchanan. So Tully is the one that was at the crime scene on the 29th with O'Hara. Gorino is the one who took the phones, Nick Gorino. So he's the one who has the 2 phones, so he'll probably get called. Joseph Paul was one that was in the, let me see if I can remember. Paul is in the, he goes somewhere with him. Let me see. When they went to the Sallyport on for the search warrant execution on the 1st, it was Trooper Joe Paul was there. So I don't know. I don't know what these 2 would have to offer or how much more they actually had to do with the investigation. I could see them calling Keefe, Tully, Gorino, Paul. Maybe Brent, depending. I think they also put these guys on here and so that they could get in the evidence of the interviews without having to call Proctor, because remember they kept trying to make sure the jury understood that Proctor didn't do anything on his own. He didn't do anything on his own. Let's see who else they have on here. They have the Celebrate guy. I'm still gonna have to hear from him. Some tech peeps. Tow truck guy. I don't know if they're going to put him on. He's kind of past the story of that now. So I don't think they're going to end up putting him on. This is still under the Commonwealths. Friends, they're kind of past that unless they're going to wrap it up with some friends. I doubt it, though. And then, like I said, most of the people on here, they've called for them. And then here's the Currans that he was talking about that Proctor tried to get right before the grand jury because they wouldn't respond to his messages. They're on the defense. This is now the defenses. They have DeChico on here, Trooper David DeChico. And they have Trooper Connor Keefe. Here's Trooper Kathleen Prince. They also have Elizabeth Proctor on here. We can mark that one. Oh, that's the eraser. They had the Lapalitos. They're not calling them. That sailed. There's Tully. They also have Courtney Proctor on here. They have the sister and the wife. I don't know. I don't know. I think they have a handful of other cops that they'll probably call. They also have Berkowitz on their list. Yeah, they still have to call the drummer from the waterfall. Let me see. Did she rule already that the IA stuff is out? If so, that is to do offer proof outside presence of jury. If she hasn't ruled on it yet, I guess he wants to lay more foundation about bias. Maybe, because she says, like, whatever you talk to me about at sidebar, and we don't know what they were talking about. Do you think they're going to get the journalist and the Dateline stuff? Sorry, I walked away for bladder control. They have her on the list. I just don't know in the storyline how they would put them in now. Well, yeah, the defense has John's dad on the list. You think Proctor will be on the stand until at least 2 p.m.? Yeah, so the wife is on the witness list, but makes a public statement, meaning she's watched the testimony. She makes a public statement just about how proud she is of him and about the harassment that they're going under. I don't think she says anything that would prove she watched the testimony. Sleuthy Goosey criminality. The original report via good, there was a picture which was then replaced. That's the picture of the curb with the sneaker. Yes. We all, and remember they kind of made it seem like that was the grass underneath John's body. I don't know. I thought Buchanan would stay on the stand longer too, and he didn't. We need a deep dive into Hernandez because rumor is he's who tipped. No. Scanlon is who. Scanlon's the one that tipped off the defense. I hope he doesn't try to apologize because it would be fake. I bet if they're allowed to go back in his text messages, he said comparable things before and since then. Right. To not apologize. Well, that's why I think that he's trying to like humanize himself and match with her. Like she's Miss Reed. She's not the defendant, because then it shows like he likes her. It's like a subliminal, like, I like her. Look, I call her Miss Reed. Why everybody else says she's the defendant. That will be brought up tomorrow. Hold please. Uh-oh, what Suthi got? Seems a lot of people have missed the picture that Lolly posted about where John's body laid. Check DM. Gotcha. I don't have anything yet. It's probably still sending. Here it is. Yeah, so Sergeant Sean Good. The replacement photo. Yes. Hold on. Let me bring it up here real quick. The replacement photo. This is, if you guys remember, this is back when Sergeant Good was on the stand and they're talking to him about his incident report and how the photo like changed on here, and he kept trying to say like, I don't like I didn't update it. It's whoever came in after and updated it. And I don't remember who he said now. Somebody in chat might remember. Nope, that's the same one. Sorry. Hold on. Let me get the other one. And then it updates this cover photo of the incident report. Do you guys remember that? Need replacement selfies. Yeah, he can ask him anything he wants to. Now, is she going to allow it? No, not necessarily, depending on what it is, because they have, they have some other issues that they can't really dive into with the federal stuff. Yeah, they replaced it because it's the same place where they quote unquote found John's other shoe. But yet this is the photo that they say that they used their feet to clear off so they could tell where the curb was. So they used their shoes, like their feet, to kind of clear it off. He didn't know who, but I know it was Proctor. It was Proctor? It was Proctor who updated that file. Proctor is the one in the altered report that had more written. Jesus criminy. It seems like a year ago, I know. So here's the original one. This is the one that they say, oh, like Sean Good's like, oh, we cleared it off with our feet. And then it gets replaced. And he's like, I didn't replace it. And Jackson's like, but your name is on the report. Like, you're the officer. You're the one who created this report. And he's like, I don't know how the system works, but you know, that I didn't put this photo there. Like, this wasn't my photo. All right, hold on, let me see what else he said in here. Is that the taillight picture, or is that, I don't remember what they said. I think we could probably go back and look at the notes. I don't know if that's the taillight picture. It was Lank that went back in. It was Lank that added to it. Hold on. She's like blowing me up over here. Give me a second. Lank is the one who did it. Lank went in and edited the report, and so it took his photo and moved it to the top. And then Good is the one who's testifying, like, I don't know why that photo's there. All right, let me go back to you guys. It was like 10 years ago when Good testified. I think Good was credible, but neither super helpful to either side. Like John's phone, Proctor's report states he got John's phone at 34 Fairview, but he testified the other day he got the phone at Canton PD. She's back on the bat channel. She really is. I know. Bat signal, goose signal. Notice there was only one photo. Does the defense even need to present a case? Lolly has done all the work for them. Well, remember, they originally, Nico, they wanted 2 weeks, and now they're saying they probably only need like 4 days. If that doesn't tell you, they're like, no, we're good. We don't really need much now, thanks to Lolly. He looked at the jury because that's who he's sorry. That's who he's sorry. Yeah, that's who he's sorry to. Yeah, he doesn't care that Karen. He doesn't care that he said those things about Karen. He just says they were inappropriate comments. He doesn't take back the comments. He doesn't say he was wrong about the comments. He just says he's sorry that they were inappropriate. He said Proctor got the phone at 34 Fairview. I'd have to go back and look at his report, but I don't remember. Ajax was going to publish all the Proctor text during cross, but he said they were having tech issues. That's why they weren't up on the screen. Just an FYI. Pretty sure they will be up tomorrow. I freaking hope so. Because then we can actually see these words that he's deciding to not share. Mustang Driver was gifted a membership. Did somebody gift memberships and I missed it? Oh, Albert, I missed your super chat. I don't even know if you're still here, but Albert, thank you. Sallyport video when SUV drives in, one door is daylight. Maybe I didn't miss it. I remember that comment. Maybe I don't think I said thank you. And LFT, things going on here, but listening. Aw, I got 1960s. I remember reading Albert's comment, but I don't know if I said thank you for the super chat. Is Lank a higher ranking officer than Good? Yes. I believe so. Bukaki says, what's in the reports is most important. I bet Proctor is a constant user of the eggplant emoji. There's a printed report. I think Proctor lies under oath, yeah. I think, yeah, Sleuthy will probably have it. I just haven't read the documents for a while. I mean, some of them I have that are kind of popping out now again, but I haven't like actually gone through and read the documents for a while. The entire CW theory of the case and the investigation is premised on misogyny. I was looking at Sleuthy's spreadsheet earlier today. Just realized there was Karen's Apple Watch health data. That was interesting. Wonder how accurate those are. I would hope that they're pretty damn accurate since they're, Apple sells them for $1 billion. All right, you guys. Tomorrow is going to be spicy. I don't know. I think we get, so we have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, all full days. So we have, wait, did I say Tuesday? I don't mean Tuesday. Today's Tuesday. Dumb. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all full days. We have 3 full days coming up. I say Proctor's done by lunch. That's my guess. Proctor being done by lunch. Jen McCabe's. Oh, Nanya, thank you for being here. Oh, Stephen with the countdown. It was just a delay tactic to burn up the few late day minutes he had. All right, I'm going to go eat some tacos because it's Tuesday. We're going to have some Taco Tuesday. So I will see you guys. My gosh, there's so much going on in other cases that I wanted to cover, but watching the damn trial, it takes my whole life away. It's probably how Bev feels. So if you guys don't know, there was a whole bunch of information. If you guys ever followed the Gabby Petito case, which was something that I followed very closely, there's a whole huge amount of documents that the FBI just dropped. And then Madeline Soto's case, they just dropped a whole bunch of new documents with some cell data that I wanted to go over. I don't know how to squeeze those into my life. Hopefully I can. We'll play it by ear and see. Well, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So, but I appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. And I always tell you guys, I'm going to try to make it a short one where we only had to go over one day. And look, it took us 4 hours because we had so much to say about fucking Proctor. So I'm going to try to do tomorrow to wrap up Proctor's, just because if it is spicy, which I think it will be, I think we're probably going to need it. So I may just do another individual day one tomorrow, and possibly, depending on what happens Thursday, Friday, leave it for both. I really hate doing them the night of trial though, because there's literally like 50,000 channels that are live doing a recap of the day, and I'm like, okay, maybe we should do something else. I don't know. I want to. Did we see if there was any updates on the little 2-year-old that they think may have been taken down to Mexico? I don't know. I might look into that. So we'll see. But hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. If not, I'll see you guys on Thursday. But I should be here tomorrow. There shouldn't really be anything that stops me. So, but once again, thank you guys for being here. I know that you guys, oh, what state is Gabby's in? Well, technically, that's tough, because the reason it ended up being FBI was because she's actually from Florida, but they were traveling. They went to Utah and Colorado. They had done this whole little tour, but she wasn't found in Florida. So and he had crossed a bunch of state lines. And so the FBI ended up being involved. But most of the coverage is really out of Florida, or like the central Utah area. Gabby's family was on WFLA, and I think they went on Duty Run, but I haven't watched that. So, and that's why Jackson won't be done with Proctor in 3 hours. We'll see, Susan. We'll see. Or Sherry. We'll see. You guys are right on top of each other, so I messed it up. All right. Go enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one, and thank you again for being here. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Good night.